a report, and they should acknowledge that we're not voting on a COA this evening, and at the end of that discussion, the applicant will request a deferral, and we could just have that kind of streamlined in our language so that we don't have to go through that kind of awkward conversation of telling them why they need to defer it.
Yeah, I think that, so Breck, you're almost saying, so Jeff and Robert have set up the preliminary review, which is the intermediate step between the preliminary discussion and the final COA. You're saying just submit the COA application and assume it's going to get deferred a couple of times, which I think that makes sense. And then we're not changing anything in the ordinance at all. It's just an understanding with the applicant that it's going to take multiple reviews before we're actually going to issue your COA.
Yeah, and I'm willing to, give it like we did with 605. All right, you guys want to come in and just float this? Fine. We can. I can fit this in. We're going to take 15 minutes and float it. But we're not going to let you float it. After that first freebie.
Jeff, would you put your mic?
Sorry. I was.
That's all right. Everyone else can hear you, but I'm old. My ears.
Sorry, I am, but I don't want to discourage people, because I do have those questions. If people call me and say, "Hey, what do you think? What can I do?" I want to still. I don't want to like shut off folks that do have kind of. I just want to know where the BAR thinks. All right, come on and let's talk about it. That's what we're here for. So I'm willing to sort of say, yeah, there's this freebie. The challenge we have is that, and I don't know how this is going to work. We're just going to have to wait and see, is that let's say we're on that first meeting come in, it's a preliminary discussion. We know that the end, it's a deferral because we can't take action. That next meeting, it's on the table. And they may have only brought in, 50% of what we want. Mm-hmm. It's very possible that they could say, I don't like your process. I think it's BS. I'm going to challenge you on it. I want a decision tonight, in which case, they're refusing to defer it. You all can't. Then your action would have to be a denial. And, they can appeal that denial. But of course, BAR would say, we had an incomplete application. And, so that's one scenario. And my concern, again, we'll have to keep working it out, is someone will say, well, why did staff submit an incomplete application to the BAR? And I think we've all worked with this understanding that that's okay because we're working, it's an iterative process. That's how these things work. But there's just going to be some pitfalls that we may go, And so that's part of what we're trying to do in these discussions is really say, all right, we know what can go right, what can go wrong, and how do we try to anticipate those questions.
Is it possible, because you have put a lot of work into this, to kind of explain to whoever would have an issue with an incomplete application coming to the BAR, to show that this is what we can do. We can set up a new system where there's preliminary reviews, or we can keep the same system that we've been doing. We want to stay legal, but we want to be able to work with the applicant, and this is what we need to do to have a successful outcome in many cases.
Can I just jump in on the question of an incomplete submittal? Shouldn't that be caught at the staff level? Like, shouldn't Jeff catch that and say, this is incomplete, it's not able to be brought before the BAR?
Well, but that's what we're saying, is the incomplete submittal is basically ready for a preliminary review versus final or an actual COA. So,
and I guess it gets back to Breck's point of, this is going to get deferred, or you need to ask for a deferral because this is incomplete. Otherwise, it may be declined, basically, is the risk you run.
It is. And maybe that's where the statement is of why we stress that in the motion. And for the following reasons, we're denying this. And, it's not, oh, because Jeff should have never accepted this. It's because of this, this, and this. And that's why I will tell you, that's why I do bring things to you all. Each project's a little bit different. Sometimes it's a simple answer that someone can provide at the meeting. I don't want to, I mean, unless someone sketched something on a napkin, by and large, I bring to you what I think we can validly review. But I'm going to have to ask legal on that one. And because if I've established it as a complete application, that doesn't obligate you guys to approve it. So we just have to not use that language, I guess.
Well, are we
Well, it's
good to
not-
move on to the next
I
question?
mean, we know that one preliminary review is required, at least one, right? And by the ordinance, and then the remaining steps are not for our benefit. That's for the design team's benefit to be able to get feedback as they need it in the design process. So can't we just ask them if they are asking for a preliminary review, as many as they need, or are you asking for a final action? And have that noted in the agenda.
I mean, we can ask someone, we can, say, you understand that this is, going into this, but who knows? It might, the owner might show up at the meeting and sit in the back and say, no, I want you to vote on this, because I'm gonna appeal if you don't approve it. And sorry, noises at my house. So I think we have to be, as diligent as I can be. And that's what this process, why we can say, this is, remember, this is maybe 1 or 2 projects a year that we can say, just do you all understand this process? Are we on the same page? Because this is how we're going to do it. If you wish to do it differently, then you need to let me know. Because the other way to play it is to say, this is not a formal application until you all say we're ready to review it as such. But when they pay that fee and they do that first meeting, preliminary discussion, then they can legitimately insist that the BAR take action. We're hoping that they won't. We're hoping we explain to them what this is. But
I think every applicant that we've had has tried to, they want their COA as early as possible. So even if the application isn't complete, they'll try to squeeze it in and say, can you guys put some conditions on it to give me this completed COA? So I think in many cases, even if we do the preliminary reviews, we're going to get a COA application at the end that may still not be ready for us to give a COA, and we may still have to defer it. So I guess, it seems like the question is, we either do these preliminary reviews and set up kind of a slightly different system, or we do it the way that we've been doing it without making a formal motion when the application is not, like, we won't say we approve this without the lighting and the fenestration or something like that. We'll say we have to defer this. You need to bring these things back. Because legal's issue was just us having multiple COAs in one project, right?
There were a couple parts. One was that you all would say, yeah, we're fine with this, provided you bring it back and show it to staff. No, you're either, approving up or down. Now you could say, we're approving this, provided that you use the detail that we just reviewed, provided that you use London plane tree instead of maple. Those are fine as conditions, but to condition it on sort of something additional that they need to be bringing back and that we look at, we've got to avoid those. But you used a good phrase. You said preliminary reviews, and I think that's a great thing to call these instead of preliminary discussions. A preliminary discussion being somewhat formal. Really? Hey,
that's my
that's
language.
Robert. Not me.
Robert.
Yeah. And but it does keep going through the list, because I think I'm seeing it 3-dimensionally in my head. Just keep talking.
Well, I think this, Just go
I
ahead.
was just say I always like Carl's method of, if they are asking for approval on a COA, I always kind of like it sounds like you're not going to get approval. Would you like to request a deferral? And that way it's not a deferral that we put on them and requires them to bring it back the next month. They can decide when to bring it back. I always thought it was a good tactic, just to reinforce that.
Yeah, and that would mean that we don't have to change anything. It's just, again, you and Robert need to somehow explain to whoever has an issue with our procedure why we're doing it this way. And if they don't like it, then we can change things up and have a different system like you've set up.
Well, I think whether we adopt a new system of these preliminary reviews before an application with an application fee is submitted, or if we just continue to do what we've been doing, especially with 128 Chancellor and 167 Chancellor, I think it would be good to have some sort of codified guide to give to applicants, because I think there's just confusion on multiple fronts.
I think that makes sense. Kind of this discussion of whether it's a COA application that gets deferred or is a preliminary review might inform how number 2 works. Because if it's a COA application, you have to notify the public, correct? Even if they get deferred, the next time you have to notify them again. So that answers that question right away.
So even if it's a preliminary discussion, if it has an application,
Mm-hmm.
then it is advertised. It's the ones where, like, again, with the Preston Court, where I just said, let's just see what you all think. That's not advertised because there's really no way to do that. There's no legal,
Mm-hmm.
and presumably it would then come back. It would then have an application, which would have that first, that discussion doesn't count as their preliminary discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that maybe make clear is, you guys, if you want to come in and talk 20 times to the BAR, when you make that application, your first, because it's about that preliminary discussion requirement is linked to the application. So that's something we make clear.
Did Mitchell Matthews understand that?
Mm-hmm. I think they just wanted to know, will this thing should we even put pencil to paper? So that's why I said to them, let's just go ask, go get some idea.
That makes sense. So it sounds like no matter what, you're always going to notify the public, unless it's not submitted as an application.
Right.
So we're done. Number 2 is we've answered that.
Right, and that's to tell others, because we talked about this briefly the other night. What we don't want is we don't want, for example, a 605, which we know is somewhat controversial. We don't want to go down, we've talked to them 6 times and they finally brought in, we've been talking to them. It's on consent agenda tonight because they did everything we asked. And the public's like, well, wait, where did we, so that's the part we have to take care of. Robert and I might just have to use some judgment on, depending upon where something is or what it is. And I think maybe just getting it on the agenda as an item. It's listed, we're reviewing this. It may not be posted, but people can see it on the agenda. It's not in there as Jeff's questions at the end.
And you said that you're generally going to give people just one freebie chance to come test the water with us, right?
I'm willing to do that. I think it's worthwhile. Having watched how this process works, I think it's worthwhile. And in fact, I told, talking to Bushman Dreyfus folks today, they said, well, we've already met twice. I said, listen, I would suggest you get us an application and come back in, and you have 5 new BAR members. Even if you just review what we already reviewed, then we're all starting on the same spot again. So, they may not do it that way, but I think they at least want to come in and say, all right, we're going to just reiterate, where we are. And that way everyone feels like, it's like me with 167 Chancellor. I couldn't figure it out because I hadn't been there from the get-go. So, I mean, it's just going to take judgment on our part. And this is where that back and forth with you all is helpful.
So I guess question number 3, public comment for preliminary reviews. Well, I think we just take that similar to, because it's going to be on our agenda. It's going to be an agenda item. We just do that similar to how we would do a COA application, where it's, everybody gets their couple minutes of questions and a couple minutes of comments. But I think we do need to figure out how to take comments for a preliminary discussion. My recommendation would be, because we get information so late for that, and there's going to be a lot of information that's going to come up during our discussion, maybe public comment comes after we discuss things. I don't know what people think of that.
Seems to me like it ought to then go through another sort of closure the following meeting, whether it's as part of the consent agenda or anything like that, where the public's had some time to gestate because they've heard everybody talk. I mean, expecting people to have cogent responses to some big project, having just really even heard us talk about it for half an hour or something, doesn't seem like we're going to really ultimately be very responsive to the public's needs in that regard.
Right. Although remember, these are just the preliminary discussions. So in some cases it could be,
they are, but I think
people are coming in saying, I just don't want that in my neighborhood.
Right. But I mean, I think that's still something, that's a sentiment that I think that the applicant really needs to be made aware of. And, if it just, people don't pay attention to stuff until it's the 11th hour. So my presumption would be the pre-discussion for a lot of these people is going to be like, oh my God, what's going on? And so they're going to need a month to kind of marshal their forces. And if nothing else, besides giving the neighborhood a chance to deal with it, also gives the developer, the businessman, whoever's building, some sense of, what the political landscape is and how to assess the risk for going forward.
Makes sense. So I guess sorry, Breck, you were gonna.
Well, I mean, I think, one, there should be public comment, but I wonder, sometimes public brings something really important to light that we weren't aware of or didn't show up in the staff report. And I don't know why it couldn't come prior to the conversation, to just get it out there so that we know we don't have the conversation and then close it down and then hear some big piece of information potentially that might have changed the way we look at the project.
Are all the for a preliminary discussion, there will be materials posted ahead of time, correct?
That's another part that we're I think going to have to crack down on is we've not for everything, but there's been a tendency when I know someone has a question, it's like tonight would have been a perfect, well, except for this work session beforehand, tonight would have been a great, as a regular meeting, I'd say, hey, we only have a couple items. Great night to come and talk to the BAR. Can you get me something and I can circulate to them? We've had in the past where you all didn't see something until that night, but Robert and I have been discussing, no, we really want that to be maybe not necessarily the same day as the deadline, but we want to see it that week, and so that we can prepare. You guys have seen we started to do these sort of small scale staff reports just to kind of because the thing that's most important with this process is a lot of times we've had people make their presentation and BAR goes, yeah, that's interesting, good luck, come back soon. We really need to turn these into very get into, look, we want to see this, or we don't have that. There has to be a conversation. Otherwise, it's pointless to have the meeting. So that's what I'm, just doing these staff reports, kind of say, hey, here are the kind of things staff would suggest you have a conversation about. So in order to do that, then we need to see those things 3 weeks prior.
And that that material is essential for keeping for the future. Mm-hmm. And also, expect to have any kind of pertinent public discussion or a presentation by the public that's worthwhile, they need to see it too. They need to know what's going on.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's unfair to the public to allow the applicant to bring stuff the day of and send it just to us.
What we've had it is, and I don't want to beat up on West Second, but they come in that night with a 30-page glossy booklet and say, recycle what we gave you, here's something new. And then that just had to end. And so we do send a note out to people and saying, we've received your application. You've got, I don't remember how much time to get, if you got something new or we asked for something, we want to get that. But a week prior to the meeting is not the time to, now you may bring in a photograph of the site, you may come in with something that, helps illustrate an idea, but we don't want changes presented at the meeting. So we're pretty good about that. I mean, I did that with 128 Chancellor. I just said, I'm sorry, this is not on time. I'm not gonna, it may be complete, but I'm not recommending action. So that's on Robert and I to kind of manage the trains, if you will, on what's coming and going.
So it sounds like there will be application materials posted for preliminary discussion. So then, yeah, I agree with Breck that we should comment, the public should comment before us. And we can reiterate at the meeting that if they have further comments after we've had our discussion, they could come for matters of the public at the next meeting, or they could just email us.
I mean, think about it, guys. 2 years ago, I'd go over to Tim's on Saturday afternoon and throw the thing on his front porch. We're trying to get that stuff posted for you all as soon as we can. And as soon as it's posted, then it's publicly accessible. So, now one of the dangers you see is when we post something 12 days ahead and we get an update or an addendum, and then there becomes some confusion about which is which. But I think we've worked through those by and large. But yeah, it's there. So if someone's aware of something, I realize our web page is kind of weird, but by and large, you can access that information and well ahead of the meeting.
That neighborhood, what's it called? That news song, it's Neighborhood, not Watch. It's a app. It seems to be neighborhood driven. You know the one I'm talking about?
Next door?
Next door, yeah. It seems to me that anything like that, it would make sense to have a page on there where the BAR posts if we're doing something in that neighborhood.
I mean,
and exciting.
Well, Robert, we because we felt strongly about we can't. You can only go so far, and even by mistake, forget to get people informed. But what's the best way to do that? If it is these, and I think the solution is that you get your freebie, but then we need from you an application. As long as I can resolve with legal the fact that, okay, once that application comes, then we have obligations, we have, statutory deadlines that we have to be cognizant of. And if someone says, I don't want to play, I want I want you, if you don't like it, deny it, then those are the circumstances. I mean, we learn from it, but then that allows that now I've got the public, because I'm notifying them every time. And even if they know coming back next month, look, we're going to come back and talk about this. I know it's going to be another deferral. I still have to advertise it as a COA review by the BAR. Sense?
Well, did people have any thoughts on the language, or you could send more comments on the language to Robert and James? You raise your hand.
Yeah, so I still have a concern I think I raised last time. I'm just going to read from some of the summary bullet points at the end. One, the BAR will now only grant one COA for each project. This single COA, oops, you took it away from me. I was reading my own copy. There you
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right. The single COA shall be understood as representing satisfactory review of all elements required to apply for a building permit. The next bullet point, it is also understood that some elements may be reviewed later under a separate COA request. These matters will be resolved during the preliminary review process. I just feel like those are in conflict with each other. I thought legal's direction was we're supposed to only grant one COA per project.
Sorry, this
That's
is a
why
bit of, yeah, this,
I just worry it takes us right back to where we are.
well, my pushback with legal, all right, so the gate that is, well, you won't be reviewing it, they pulled it, but the gate tonight for 230 West Main, the code building. In days of old, that would have just simply been another COA assigned to that old BAR number. I told Fred, no, it's a new request. But if the code buildings come back a couple times and change things, you know, they tweak their brick. I think there was some alteration of the steps. You know, that is a COA. You are approving a request related to that project. Now, you can't say, nope, you already got your COA. We won't review any changes. That's absurd. So I'm not. So I think it's once we get to that golden ticket COA, you know, getting to that point, we've got to really, the process makes a lot of sense. It's going that next direction when someone says, I want to change something. You know, I think we need to be reasonable, and the only thing I can call it is a COA. The
So
thing
maybe,
will, right, but do we say to them, this is now a separate new request? So each time you tweak something, you got to write me a $125 check, and it becomes a COA for that specific thing.
I think that sounds like a mess.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it the same? I mean, if you get a building permit and you decide you need to change something, you don't go get like a whole new building permit, do you?
Thank you. So that's a little bit of that. This is where, you know, I don't want to disparage it, but it's sort of that layman's understanding of this process. You know, they sort of think, oh, well, you finished, the architect builder goes and builds. No. And so we have to allow for some of this flexibility.
And we
so
want people to come back to us. We
Right.
want to be aware of changes. We don't want to make it so arduous.
Right.
Can't we just review it and see if it's in compliance with the certificate of appropriateness that was granted on?
And that may be the way to do it, is to say that this is a finding that, you know, just like the planning commission does with the comp plan, that we find this to be consistent with the comp plan. You all can simply, you know, it's a finding that this is consistent with the COA. Now, there's no application for it. It's like when we do something for the BAR record. So we're not in violation of the code. And I mean, they could always go back and do what was previously approved. But to address what I said about some of these things that can be worked out in this preliminary process. Breck, you brought up a good point the other night about how the quirk, the landscaping, you know, can become very much a part of the overall design. So on a project like that, we would say, look, we really want to see all this together. Whereas there might be something that, you know, the way it's presented, you can say, look, we know that some of the, you know, signage comes later. There might be some landscape, you know, we may be able to say, you can bring that back and we'll, you know, treat it separately. But it just, sometimes some things just don't make sense to, you know, and I just thought of signage and landscaping as sometimes those things that come in at the end. But that's something we can ascertain in the discussions we have with people.
Yes. Did you guys said legal helped y'all develop this document. Did you talk about the specific, that type of circumstance with them?
Well, because we're on city television, I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
I think the issue, Jeff, is the language of that sentence, though, is a little different from what you're describing. So
which sentence again? I'm
it's
sorry.
understood that some elements may be reviewed later under a separate COA request. So maybe you want to say, major additions or changes to the project may require a new COA. Is that what you're trying to get at? Or, because it also sounds like you're trying to get at, if it's a small modification, it's not a separate COA. We're just going to review it in compliance with the current
Compliance,
COA.
right?
That sounds like two different things.
Well, so the in compliance, like for example, the changing of the brick at code building.
Mm-hmm.
Previously we had said, oh, that's an amendment to the COA. No, there's no amendment. It is or it isn't. So I think you hit on it. We say this is consistent with, we find this to be consistent with the COA, or no, we don't find this consistent with the COA. But it kind of gets into that same problem of what's the legal standing of rejecting that. Can someone appeal the rejection of? And guys, I'm not saying this thing is perfect. This is sort of what we're making work within our system, and we're probably going to find holes that lead to things that have to change with the code. So I'm not going to argue my way out of a hole if it's really a hole. I think that one's a hole. But that's those amendments. The other parts is, are there components of the project that could be evaluated at a later date? For example, a building that's going to have a large mural on the side. I don't know, maybe you're like, we're not talking about the mural yet, but they're building that wall so they can put a mural on it. All right, well, when you get to the mural, bring it back.
Right, but you even have to list that. I mean, that's a new COA for a new project.
Right.
It just happens to be on an existing project.
And so that's where we could say even, right, so you don't have your landscaping ready, fine, but that's a separate COA. That is a separate application.
Yeah, no, landscaping though needs to be ready because that's part of the site plan.
Okay. I think so.
And the site plan is required for building permit.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think I would just strike that whole sentence.
Okay.
That bullet point. Does that make sense to everyone else?
In the comments that I gave to staff, I had struck through the whole thing, and I asked. It seems counter to what the whole new process is. There shall only be one COA for each project, and whether when they come back, whether it's called an amendment or whether we're just finding that it's consistent or whatever the wording is. But thank you for deleting that. I completely agree with James, and conversation's gone on for a while. It really was very misleading. It's almost like it contradicted everything that this document said prior to that.
The way to think of it too is a COA that allows me to sign off on a building permit, because that's the last step. I mean, and that's you, Sherry, and I've talked to others.
But Jeff, look at the bullet point. It was just highlighted. It shouldn't say it is understand that they may be reviewed under a separate COA. It would never be a separate COA. That's what this whole document's about.
Unless it were something, and that's where it's kind of that.
I mean, look at the bullet point just above it, Jeff. The BAR will now only grant one COA.
Okay, I'm looking at another sheet with bullets.
This is the document we were sent today and that we've been reviewing for the last hour.
And that's where it could be struck.
It should be, I think. I think I'm not the only one. I see some other people not, and James raised this, and I raised it also.
So there's the two pieces of that. Not saying we don't strike. It's the, what do we do for changes? And what do we call that? And what do we do?
Have you asked city attorney about that? I think personally, I think it's an amendment. I just think, like, for instance, you may approve a site plan, and then and I know this happens a lot, or somebody in zoning does. And then they come back and they change something because the material is not available or circumstances change or something, or they've run into an engineering problem. That's an amendment to the site plan, but it's not a new COA.
Right. But what do I call it? And they said I can't call it an amendment. I
don't know why, but if you can't, then I mean, it's inevitable that once we give a COA on a major project, that something like the gate at the code building, we'll come back. So it's nomenclature as to what you call it. It's semantics, but it will happen. And if that's what you're trying to do with this bullet point, but it's not going to be a separate COA request, it's going to be under a separate supplemental to approval or.
I was,
subsequent to
and
approval
maybe
or
I'm
whatever.
using it's the wrong language in there. It's where there's something that might be, and again, quirk is the one that comes to mind because it was separate parcels, and that landscape area on the east side seemed to just sit and sit and sit. But they were going with the building and all that, and it came in separately. And when we put this together, the intent of this line is simply to say, if there's something that's a later phase, it's not part of this design phase in which we can get you to a building permit, then let's identify it now so that we understand that like the landscaping at Quirk is a separate COA that you're going to have to bring back later. Now, you also can say to them, no, we want to see the landscaping now, or we're not approving it. So that was my intent when I said it. Maybe I didn't say it right, but
Yeah,
that's the intent.
I think your mural example was a better example because the Quirk is a separate parcel, so it is a separate COA automatically. It's a separate project. We were able to approve the entire Quirk project without that, and they may never build it, and that doesn't change the fact that the Quirk project has its approval. So your mural example, I think, is a good one, and we need to be able to approve a project without a mural, and it needs to be able to stand on its own without a mural. If they want to come back and add one later, that's just a new COA. It's a brand new project. It just happens to be slapped onto an existing project. So that's why this language in here seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I think it's just up to us to identify those things. Say a building has a roof terrace that they're not going to build out right now, and but we feel like we can improve the project. We just need to say if you're going to build that out, or they allude to doing that they need to bring, that will be a separate request.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and we need to be okay with the project without that roof terrace being completed, if they decide never to do it.
Right.
Yeah, it sort of solves itself maybe in that, if they don't bring it up during the discussion and they come back and say, well, that's new. That's not a consistent with the COA. This is a new submittal. So yeah, I agree. This can be struck, and then it forces us though, where the yellow highlighted is to really figure out what we're saying there. The dots.
Can I bring up a question, a point? Just as we've been talking, I kept getting confused which came first and which came second in terms of preliminary discussion and preliminary reviews. Could we possibly maybe change the name of preliminary reviews to like intermediate reviews, just to kind of avoid that confusion in the future? It's not a deal breaker for me, but just so that it's extra clear for people what order the stages are.
There is actually a legal word in our code, and it's not even preliminary discussion. And let me find that. I think it's a word that sort of crept into our language and we can't get it out, but maybe that's what we have to do. So let me see what I will.
I'm not talking about the first one. I'm talking
Right.
about the second one.
I know. And so we have, keep talking.
Yeah. That makes sense to me, and it does get confusing. Something
Pre-application
before.
conference.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well, I mean, I think it's a good point because, sorry, there's somewhere in there that said as this document called preliminary review, which would be the second step, isn't even required.
Right.
It's just recommended.
Well, here's the thing. So,
but I agree with Sonia that maybe getting a little bit more differentiation between those two terms would be helpful.
Sure.
So per the code, prior to submission of an application for a COA, a property owner, et cetera, may request a conference with the full BAR. And they call this a pre-application conference. So there's the may, so they can ask without an application. Then it says a pre-application conference is required And this is where we get into these conditions, the primary one being a project that estimated cost is in excess of $350,000. So they're referring in the code, that's a pre-application. That means they haven't submitted anything. But the BAR can still, remember, you have that 60-day clock. So you can treat that first meeting, that's your discretion. You don't have to take action. You can defer it on your own. So I need to clarify these actions. So there's going to be a freebie, as we called it, because it's required. And then there's going to be the application, in which case the clock starts running, but we
There's
want to
an
get some
intermediate
buy-in from the applicant to go through this process.
So, right, so you've got the free chance to come in and say, should I even bother with this project? Followed
Right.
by, if it's bigger than, what did you say, $300,000, it's a required preliminary discussion. And as Sonia said, the next step should be an intermediate review or something like that, which I think makes total sense because it is confusing to have. I was getting confused.
So pre-application conference is the language in the code. So
Okay.
we can use that for that before you've submitted something, pre-application
So
conference.
that's the freebie is the pre-application conference.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Well-
then there's intermediate review,
Intermediate. Okay.
and then what's the final one?
Just the COA application.
COA application. It'd be great if we labeled each of the agenda items as those. I think you usually do it in the report, but it's helpful for us to know what the expectation is relative to outcomes.
And I know in the past, at least when I first started, they would do it where if an applicant had something, they could go and have their app. We would remember have you guys come in. I think we did it once or twice and in twos and talk to an applicant.
Yeah.
I think that what we're doing is shifting that to, no, you come to the BAR meeting. The pre-application conference is not, they can come in and talk to me whenever they want. But if they want to talk to the BAR, then we put you on the agenda to BAR meeting.
And we've had work sessions before where an applicant comes in and we meet on a separate night to discuss a project.
You're right.
And to be honest, I wouldn't discourage the meetings with two of us if an applicant really wants that. It just, there may not be a lot of us that want to do that. And that's going to be the downfall if it, comes to that.
That's what we've in the past treated as this pre-application conference, was that informal meeting outside of a BAR meeting. I'm not saying they can't do it, but my preference is to call, if this is your pre-application conference and it's required before the full BAR, then it should be during the BAR meeting. You can go talk and meet, but we're, and you're right, Carl, there are circumstances like with West Second, when we set up that revolving door thing. We can adapt as we go. But at least sort of the standard language, and it's right. So we've got our pre-application conference, we've got our intermediate review, and then we've got the CO application request.
You've got the pre-application conference, and then you have the preliminary discussion, correct?
We can get rid of the word preliminary discussion.
Okay, so the pre-application conference is not the freebie.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess well, we can still have a preliminary, right, because there's no requirement for an application. Someone can request to speak to the BAR.
So it's 5:16. The meeting will be on channel 10 at 5:30. And I think it would be personally great to maybe take a 5 or even 10-minute break before that, if you all agree. So it'd be good to go ahead and try to wrap up this conversation pretty quickly. I've taken pretty good notes from tonight's discussion, and I'll try to cull them together. But that being said, I still am a little confused over the direction that you've decided to take. So I just might ask for some clarification. When I revise this document, are you still looking for this 3-pronged this 3-stage preliminary discussion, preliminary review, and then the COA application process. And this would be a change from what we're doing now, what we've done with 167 and 128. Because if that's the case, especially when we were talking about public notification in the letters, it seemed like a lot of that conversation was hinging on we would be reviewing COA applications that would be submitted. So anyway, yes, Sherry.
I'd just like to take a stab at this. I completely agree with Sonia that 2 processes that start with the word preliminary is just going to be so confusing.
Right.
So I would propose that the first level, non-binding, no vote, informal, is called a preliminary discussion, which I think is what we currently are talking about. And then the level above that, I would ask that that be called what we have in our code, which Jeff has said is pre-application conference. And that's required by the code on major applications, but that would be where we may formally defer it. We may try to get consensus or have more concrete discussion, not just to give them really to give them guidance so that the next thing they do is submittal. I'm just throwing that out there for discussion, guys.
I think so, and and they can, because it allows you to. I mean, for example, I've told the folks at Bushman Dreyfus, go ahead and submit something. Let's start this process, and so it doesn't hurt you. You have to pay the fee sooner or later, as long as we all understand what the steps are. So Sherry, what you're saying is that preliminary discussion, that's hey, I want to float this idea.
Right. What's in this draft document, it'll just be the same thing.
And then pre-app.
Right, the preliminary review gets changed to pre-application conference, which is what our code calls it, which would make sense.
So Sherry, I was with you right up until that last second. So So does that mean then that you can have as many pre-application conferences as you would like to go through the various aspects of the project?
That's a good question. It seems like we could. I mean, we're not taking any action on it.
Right, to review massing and
yeah, you could have separate pre-application conferences for massing and then design, different elements you could, and I think the other question we talked about today is just sort of the use of our resources and our time.
Right.
And maybe there is a fee structure where, the more times they come before us, they get one free pre-application conference, but if they come back over and over again on different facets of a very complex deal, then they pay a little bit more for
I guess,
to process that. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that.
I think I like the way you framed the first 2 pieces, and I wonder if it ends up being 4 steps. But I wonder, because a separate argument that I had been making with Jeff and Robert was that I think it's good to get the application in and formalized sooner, because I think the staff needs to provide the BAR with research and a report to actually be adequately review and comment on these projects. And I think they should be paying for that. So what if we do what you described in the first pre-application conference, the one that satisfies the code is called such. If additional levels of review are required, they need to submit an application, and those are the intermediate reviews before a final action.
And in that case, we're deferring, where the applicant's requesting a deferral each time. So we're not actually changing anything. I think we're just clarifying what we've been doing, correct?
Correct. And it's where, and this is very helpful because I'm sort of doing like a matrix chart here. The actions available to the BAR, a preliminary discussion, pre-application conference, you guys can sit there, stare blankly if you wish. The applicant, can ask questions, but there's no, there's exchange of ideas, but nothing's happening. Then there's this application is received. What we need to make clear to applicants is that, unless you're like, this thing's, you're ready to go, the iterative process begins with the understanding that first meeting, the BAR can take action if it wished. It can also defer, but an applicant requests deferral. However, that second meeting, the BAR is obligated to act unless the applicant requests deferral. And so this is the sell that we've got to make to the applicants is you're coming in here, this is your second meeting. If you're not ready to request approval, because if you push, then the response will be a denial. So, you're coming in knowing that you're going to get a deferral. And, so we all know the rules, and that, I think we can make that work, and we can't charge anybody for anything, but the carrot at the end of the stick is really, well, if you want the BAR to really offer you these positive things or, really good advice moving forward, then you need to get to the application phase where we're having the conversations. We're going to help you in the first two, but if you want to get serious with the give and take with the BAR, then you got to write a check.
Well, I think, yeah, but I mean, once it becomes so all these intermediate reviews after the pre-application conference or whatever it's called, they pay for that, right? So then it's basically the system we have now. We've kind of gotten full circle around to what we currently have. We're following the current ordinance.
Yeah,
we just very clear to the applicants what's happening.
It actually is, and they're just not going to hear the word COA, and they'll have to know, and we need to be, just upfront with them about, what is it you're coming in here tonight for? Don't come in and say, hey, can you give me masking and scale? If you come in and I talk about masking and scale, let's present on that. If you want to talk about your details, let's present on that. But it's not going to be an a la carte menu anymore. And I don't know, like I said, I see it in my head. I think it makes sense.
And Robert, are you getting that?
Yes, I am. So I'm trying to, and of course we'll have the recording of this.
Right.
But
see, Robert, it's all right here. It's all right.
And we can come back to this at the end briefly if we have to wrap things up again.
It would be good to clarify it before. Yeah.
But you are right. We've got 5 minutes, and just because we're going to be starting a meeting, let's take a quick break.
Good.
All right,
See you in a second. All right. Out. Over. Hershey, let's go.
Hey everybody, let's start coming back. We're gonna go live on the city's channel 10 starting now. As you're all joining the meeting again, I'll go ahead and give my introductions. Good evening, welcome to the October 2020 Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review virtual meeting. We should now be live on channel 10, and we're continuing to stream on the city's streaming channels. My name is Robert Watkins. I'm city staff, and I'll be moderating tonight's meeting. Before I hand things over to Carl Schwartz, our chair, I'm going to go over a few guidelines and housekeeping tips to make sure that tonight's virtual meeting runs smoothly for everybody participating. So first, for everybody who might be watching at home, I'll introduce the meeting participants who are online right now. First, we have Carl Schwartz, BAR chair. We're also joined by Brett Gastinger, vice chair. Other BAR members include Tim Moore, Jody Lehendro, Sherry Lewis, James Zemer, and Andy McClure, and Sonia Langle. We're also joined by Jeff Werner, who's city staff. Throughout the meeting, applicants and other participants will join the meeting as needed. When the board votes on an item, I'll call you through a roll call vote for the purpose of our minutes. For members of the public who are on the call right now who'd like to provide comment, there are several places in the agenda where you can speak. At the beginning of our meeting, we allow time for comments from the public for items not on the agenda. And then before the BAR deliberates on each individual application, we allow time for public comment. In order to provide comment, we ask that you register for the meeting if you haven't already through the city's calendar, and then you'll become an attendee. And then when we get to the comment portion of our agenda, you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature and I'll unmute you. If you're calling in, you can press *9 on your phone and that will raise your hand. Then our timer will begin and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So for members of the board who use chat or the Q&A feature, just a reminder that you're welcome to use these features, but if you do so, it is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. For applicants who are currently already online, you're currently in the meeting as an attendee, which means you have limited audio and video capabilities. When your project comes up on the agenda for review, I'll promote you to panelist, so you'll have mute and unmute capabilities and we can see you. When I promote you from attendee to panelist, you'll be booted out of the meeting temporarily, but then you'll automatically come back in as a panelist, so just hang tight when that happens. Also to applicants, during the staff and applicant presentations for each project, I'll be sharing my screen to scan through pages of your application that you submitted for visual aid. While the BAR deliberates, I'm happy to share my screen again to reference specific pages or drawings. To applicants and board members, if you'd like me to go to a specific page, please give me a verbal command to direct me to that page number. As needed, we can take short periodic breaks during the meeting and our chair will direct us when a break is necessary. Finally, it's time for me to hand things over to our chair, Carl Schwartz, but throughout the meeting, feel free to ask me any additional questions if you have any. And you're muted. Yes, Carl, you're muted.
All right. Yeah, you'd think I'd figure this out at some point. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. I will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, I will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of the project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Thank you for participating. Times noted below are rough estimates only. So now we've got
and Carl, if I may interject, I just want to bring notice to anybody who's watching or joining the meeting. Item 7 on the agenda, which is the code building gate at Water Street. has been they won't be discussing this tonight. It is deferred until next month.
Thank you, Robert. I forgot about that. Right now we've got public comment. So these are matters from public not on the agenda, or if you have any comments on our consent agenda, which tonight includes 128 Chancellor Street. If you have any comments, please use the raise hand function or *9.
Yes, *9 on the phone if you're calling in. And I'm looking at the attendee list now. Nobody seems to be raising their hand.
Okay. All right. Do we have any motions to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I will call a vote. Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro?
Aye.
Ms. Langle?
Aye.
Mr. Zemer? Mr. Schwartz?
Aye, sorry.
Oh, and Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so the consent agenda passes along with 128 Chancellor Street. Now we move on to 1619 University Avenue.
Okay, I've got it. Sorry for all the yelling. There was a bird flying around my house, you know? Figures. So that was me. That was me chasing a bird as if it would listen.
And that's when we wish he was on video.
I mean, I'm just like, it's like, here, bird, here, bird. I don't know where it is, but all the windows and doors are open. So let's hope it goes out and not more come in. All right, good evening, all. This is COA request for 1619 University Ave. We reviewed this at the last meeting and was deferred. This structure was built in 1959. It is in the corner ADC district, and it is a contributing structure. The request is for the replacement of the exterior lighting. And we had a good discussion last month, have requested information from the applicant, including some renderings at night and some additional information on the fixtures. Staff has reviewed that, and we do, they've confirmed that the color temperature of the lamping will not exceed 3000 K. You all had requested maybe consider some condition. Well, there was some discussion about some vegetation trimming or a tree being removed, and that was removed from the site plan. So, barring any concerns that you all might have, staff is recommending approval of the COA. Over.
I just added Ryan McGrath and Josh Wagoner, who represent the project. I'm not sure if there are other people in the queue that I'd forgotten about who are associated with this project, but if either of you care to give a presentation on behalf of the application, now is the time.
Yeah, so this is a Bank of America site. The idea is to bring up the lighting levels at all these sites for security reasons and safety reasons within a 50-foot radius of ATMs, entrances, and so forth. Last time we spoke, I believe there's issues or concerns about the lighting levels, and Josh with GMR, I believe, sent some renderings to you guys, which you had requested, and I believe we sent some additional cut sheets. From there, Josh, I'll let you talk about what you submitted and so forth.
Yeah, hey, this is Josh Wagoner here at GMR. Yeah, we were asked for additional renderings for what the site would look like, following up to different sides of the site. We're also asked to confirm that we can in fact get it to 3K. This site was approved non-compliant due to some city ordinance that we just couldn't meet while meeting compliance. But with that being said, we want to be able to light as much as we and for security reasons, strictly for people being able to use the ATM at night. So that's our general purpose, as well as upgrading the site lighting. We have mixed matching lighting on site right now, ranging from 57K down to 3K. So this will unify that as well, make everything look cohesive and aesthetically pleasing. So that's our main goal, what we're trying to achieve now. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions that we have.
All right, well, first, are there any questions from the public?
If you have public, oh yeah, I do
Oh.
have a hand raised. Mr. Albright, I'm gonna unmute you. Hi,
Yeah.
we can, yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Well, I own a property sort of next door, but I'm also an astronomer, and I was wondering if the lights have downward facing reflectors to keep the light from illuminating the sky as much as possible. That's something that astronomers, I'm not on this meeting for this, but since this came up, I'm going to point that out. If the lighting...
Yeah, I'd be sure to I'd be happy to. So yeah, all of our fixtures are full cutoff fixtures, meaning all of the light is directed 90 degrees down. We have no uplight on this site whatsoever. So all of our fixtures are full cutoff.
Great. That just popped into my head.
Thank you, Mr. Albright.
Okay, are there any questions from the BAR or other questions from the public, Robert? Anyone else?
If there are any other additional questions, you can use the raise hand feature. And I don't see anything.
Okay. Questions from the BAR?
So, Josh, I was just curious. Gary Albright's actually the landlord of mine on one of the buildings that's adjacent to this property. And the new pole that you're putting in, I don't know what I would describe as the back left. I'm looking at the plus and minus, I'm guessing that's like a lumen scale or something. And directly in front of the light, it has a +3, +3.1, +3.5, but behind it, it's, +0.2, +0.1, things like that. For, a layman such as myself, how does that translate into lighting glaring in somebody's eye? Because we have a kind of a patio just below that.
Yeah, so that's a great question. They are not pluses; they're just a point. Really, is where the calculation's being pointed at. But I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, so those are calculations at grade. So that would be if you took the light reader, you put it on the ground, and it was facing up. That would be what your foot candles would be. So right in that area, I'm trying to figure out which pole exactly you're referring to. I can give you a more clear reference.
I think it says pole 12. Does that make any sense?
Isn't that the light? Isn't it UAX1 new pole right down by the property line? And
Yeah. That lowest one there. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is a type 5 fixture, but it is facing, I'm sorry, that's area edge. It's a type 4 fixture with backlight control. So the UAX1, which would be on the bottom left-hand corner, okay, it's facing away from the parking garage. That would have a backlight shield facing the property line. So no light throw would be going past, well, I say no, it'd be 0.2. The difference between 0.1 and 0.5, you can't tell with the human eye. So there would be essentially no light trespass past your property line on the back. From that area. So that fixture in itself has a shield on the back of the fixture. Or I'm sorry, these are on the diodes. They don't have big clunky fixture backlight shields anymore. They're on the LED pods in the fixture now. So there will be no light throw on the back side of that fixture.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions before I go on to public comments? Not seeing anyone, so are there any comments from the public?
Please raise your hand if you have a comment. I don't see anything.
All right. Well then, comments from the board. Tim, I know you want to start.
Well, I'm still just a little concerned about the lighting levels around the ATMs and in the foyer, I'm just thinking, I mean, like, there are 3 wall packs right around that ATM, and the rendering doesn't really show us kind of what that's anticipated. But the other problem with the rendering is it really doesn't account for all the other lighting that's going on in the general vicinity, which does seem like it does play a role in this. Just going backwards a little bit, Jeff, we have asked for dimming controls on all of this, correct? Where is Jeff? Oh. He's disappeared.
That's something, you know, we've requested, and the fixtures are available with dimmers. It's not part of the, as I understand, part of the light or the lamp itself. I think it's a separate controller. So my recommendation would be to require that if you want.
Mostly just because I mean, without something to give us a reference for what's really going on nearby, like I know, you know, they're showing what their lighting is doing relative to the property line, which is kind of a weird concept anyway, but that's an old, somewhat misguided approach anyway, which has nothing to do with what they're proposing, just more our ordinance. But I guess my question is, I'm a little concerned about the ATM being a real hotspot. And, you know, if that's something that can be adjusted in the field somewhat, because I know the LEDs, you wouldn't be swapping out bulbs. They're, you know, the LED package for some time because they've got such a long lifespan. But it seemed to me like the foyer and any place where there's a real concentration that we'd want to have some capability of dealing with potential for glare. I mean, the full cutoff is great from a dark sky standpoint, but you know, this building is a little bit on a knoll, so its glare potential, particularly as you're coming up the street, seems still to be significant to me. And having some way to
I'd be
dim it
happy
down.
to. Yeah, I'd be happy to address those comments.
Okay.
So I believe you had 3 comments, if I remember correctly. I'll start with the hotspot one at the ATMs. So every state in the United States requires ATMs to have 10-foot candles within 5-foot radius of an ATM. That's minimum, right? This has been approved non-compliant, but we still want to be as close to that as possible as we can. Again, strictly for being able to have people to have visibility around the ATM while they're utilizing it at night. So that's our main reason for that. And if I'm referencing LU4 on my sheet, I don't know what it is on the engineering drawings, but it would be the full site calcs with all the little plus signs. The highest I have in front of an ATM is 15, and it's directly in front of the ATM, and then it dies off about 10 foot later before the property line to 0.0. So your hotspot is strictly maintained to the site. I do understand your qualms with it, but again, we're trying to make sure that people have the visibility to be able to use this ATM in the middle of the night if they so choose to, which is not ideal, but some people have to do that sometimes.
Right. I guess I just wonder about, you know, if it, for instance, well, the USB one, that's a wall pack, yes. I don't have the chart right in front of me right now, but
trying to find USB 1. Yes, sir. That is a
you have USA 2 coming down that pathway, and then USB 1, that's a wall pack, right?
Yes, USA 2 and USB 1 are both wall packs. They're full cutoff G rating of 1, so their glare rating is as low as you can get.
And the UBO 1 right next to that USB 1?
UBO 1 is a canopy mounted fixture, so that would be mounted to the canopy facing straight down. Your fixture facing straight down. And to speak on your other comment as well for the canopy fixtures on the front, there's an archway that dips down and the canopy is upset.
So the lights are well up in there, so
right.
you wouldn't actually see the source. Yeah.
Right. So to be able to get a great rendering of that, it would be really misconstrued, and you'd probably have a big tree in front of it to be able to get up in there. It's probably possible, and I could definitely try to get that to you. But you have a huge archway that it's upset about 3 foot. So that's the reason for not having a great rendering of those. It's just not, it's not super easy to get to.
I quite understand, but that portion there, what's your, I mean, why am I getting, it's like 9.6 foot candles on one side and 7.2 on the other, which doesn't quite make sense to me.
That's just the way the foot candles lay out. It's just
Okay.
we run real world scenarios. Everything you see is built up. The stairs are built up. The handrails are built up. The archways are built up, and the canopy, as you can see in the renderings, it could be anything. It could be on the other side of a step. Why you have a 2 foot
Got it.
there? Which
That
is
makes
why
sense.
everything you're seeing here is real. This is a real output of what will be on site, or what, given your approval, what will be on site if it's approved.
So, I mean, I could see, I mean, I understand about the ATMs. I could see maybe though, like with that foyer, I mean, you could have a pretty low light level in there and still be able to perceive it, work with the lighting level, whatever's actually on the sidewalk. I mean, that's what makes it a little hard to understand too, is because it just doesn't really deal with the ambient light, because the ambient light in this case could be canceling out a lot of this potential sort of, brightness quotient, right? Because the street, I'm not sure where there's, where's the closest street light?
Right, and that was another comment I wanted to touch on for a moment. When we light for security, for banking purposes, the reason we don't build in other people's fixtures is because we don't want to rely on them for our security. Okay, if somebody were to get robbed at 4 a.m. and the street lights decided to go off at 3:30, right? But we built them into our design saying, yes, this person will be safe here given this fixture's on. But for whatever reason, the city fixture is out. I have no control over that. But yet we gave a design saying it would be passive, right? So that's the reason we just don't build other people's fixtures in as a general normal, because we can't rely on them, and for liabilities purposes, it's just not in our realm.
Understood.
So I think we've, Tim, I think your memo that you sent to all of us kind of, we don't really have the tools to review this the way that we want to. And I think the applicant has given us everything that we've asked for. You keep mentioning dimming. It would be great if you guys could put dimming on these. I'm not sure if we have any power to enforce that, but suppose you get it all installed and you discover that, no, it really doesn't have to be so bright. I know they're all LEDs, but you could potentially have some energy savings. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we talked about this the first time we spoke about having dimming on everything outside of the compliance area. I think we spoke on that for a moment. But the problem is most of these fixtures affect our compliance area. So if we dim it and it doesn't catch somebody walking into the compliance area, then we're still under our lumen output that we want to be at. It's a slippery slope.
Okay.
Josh, could you clarify, just for some of us that may not understand the term, what is a compliance area?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that an internal bank requirement?
Yes, ma'am. That's not only a Bank of America, that's a financial institution requirement. So 5 foot from each exposure, after hours deposit, whether it be lobby, ATM, 5 foot radius around that ATM needs to be a maintained 10-foot candle minimum, right? At 3 foot above grade. Lots of different foots here. I completely understand how it can be misconstrued. 50 foot around each exposure needs to be at 2 foot candles, 3 foot above grade. And then if you are able to walk up, I'm doing my walk up motion with my fingers, but if you're able to walk up to an ATM and you're able to park and walk to that ATM, that parking spot also needs to be 2 foot candles. Okay, that is a regulatory IES standard for all financial institutions in a regulated state, which Virginia is.
Thank you.
That's your basic outline of your compliance area regarding financial institutions.
So I will also say that although we're, giving you a lot of trouble with this, the lighting that exists is awful. And I recognize that this is going to be a vast improvement. We are nervous, but I think we're also not experts enough to know how best to regulate this. Does anybody disagree, or would anybody want to make a motion on this?
Well, I would just add that I've appreciated your candor and your willingness to sort of work through this with us. I'm certainly not picking on you at all. I live in horror of some other ATMs that are in town that basically look like they just dropped off the stage set for ET or something. You know, that's ready to take off.
Well, we did not design those sites, fortunately.
Yeah,
So
I'm really glad to hear that. But
yes, sir. Yeah, we do this all across the United States. We keep in mind, we look up the ordinance first, but we have an obligation to the bank to meet the state statute before the ordinance. And then, you know, if it just happens that we can't meet it, and then we go through this process. So more than happy to do anything that we need to do to get this approved to secure the safety for people using ATMs.
Thank you.
And I wanted to thank the applicant just for taking into consideration all of our, and there was a long list of requests and incorporating them into the submittal for this meeting. So thank you.
Have a motion maker?
Well, I guess since I'm the one that's made the most noise, I'll just do it.
Thank you, Tim.
Let me see, where are we here? Sorry, I gotta get back to the front here.
Tim, I've got page 101 of the packet. That helps.
Yep, that is helpful.
Do I have a different packet? I got page 93.
Ah.
Okay.
So I did amend the packet recently just to make sure that the lighting plan for 128 Chancellor Street was in. So, Carl, that might not reflect those edits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find the proposed lighting satisfies the BAR's criteria to the best of our knowledge and is compatible with this property and other properties in the corner ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro?
Aye.
Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Zemer?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And Ms. Langle?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for humoring us, guys.
Pull down, yeah. Tell them to pull down
you,
their
guys.
Thank you.
thing.
Thank you.
All right, next up.
Oh, and just to Melissa Colombo, she's the applicant, so I'm going to go ahead and promote her before we start discussions on this.
The 204 Hartman's Mill Road.
Yes.
Okay. And everyone on? Ready to go? You tell me when.
We should be good.
All right. We should be, always,
Well,
always. Sure I'm on. This is a COA request for demolition of an existing structure. This project is at located 204 Hartman's Mill Road. It is a individually protected property within the city. The background on this, this is a property with a house on it. There had previously been a stable and a chicken coop that had been surveyed. They disappeared, but the house was constructed sometime in, we think, 1873 with ongoing additions through 1920. At issue is the cottage, and this is a request for the demolition of the cottage. Evidence suggests that the northwest corner of the cottage was constructed 1900, 1910 with additional additions through the 1920s. with the east side and the rear shed component added later. And then there's a rear bathroom area would have been, we think, the final phase. This property is, well, the house known as George T. Nemo House, again, was the house, at least one corner of it was built in 1870s, we believe 1873, and multiple additions over time. We know that there were 3 periods of construction from old surveys in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1915 and 1920. And these periods of construction, and the same thing with the shed, actually correspond with a growing household. Mr. Nemo's son and wife moved in and proceeded to have, I think, like 10 children. So it's interesting to see the house reflect that growth. We discussed this at the September meeting, and my recommendation was, in lieu of an engineer's evaluation, that I felt like staff and members of the BAR could go and take a look at it and make a good judgment. And so on the 22nd of September, 4 members of the BAR in 2 groups, and I was there, visited the site and inspected the cottage. Also found an old family cemetery. So it was quite an interesting evening. I think the owners were wondering how long we were going to stay. The applicant has submitted photographs. We've had folks visit the site, and my recommendation is, after examining the structure, opinion is that the cottage is in a significantly deteriorated condition. And while there might be individual components, for example, the mantle, some windows, et cetera, or maybe some materials, bricks, floorboards, maybe some of those are salvageable for reuse elsewhere, but rehabilitation of the cottage, whether in that place or relocated, would require significant, if not entire, demolition, with the reconstruction incorporating only a limited amount of salvageable original material. Staff recommends approval of the demolition COA, and with a condition that the applicant provide for the BA archive a scaled sketch drawings, the structure, rough floor plan, rough roof plan, and the 4 elevations. And we already have a copious inventory of detailed photographs of the site. So really just the sketch would be, we would need to document this. And I have summarized in here as normal for a demolition request. The questions are in there, but by and large, I've already sort of summarized them in the discussion. So if you've got any questions, I can certainly answer them. And I know Melissa is here to answer any questions. So anything else I can provide?
Just a point of clarity, it's also a demolition of a tree, correct?
No.
Nope. Yes, there is a tree that we need to come down. It's I'm
Oh.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. There's
I'm sorry.
there's like an ash tree that is right next to the existing house, and it is leaning towards the cottage. I believe it's in some of the photos.
Yeah. Sorry, my miss, Carl. But
Oh yeah, no worries. I think it's if you keep scrolling, I think it's a good there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's not a photo in there. It's actually raised up their exterior heat pump up by like a foot in the last couple of years. They had an arborist come out. There it is. It's at the bottom of the screen. They had an arborist come out to try to save it, and it's just been, it's going to come down one way or another. And it'd be nice if it did come down, it was controlled, instead of possibly having the root structure take out part of the existing house that we would very much like to keep.
Understood. Well, Ms. Colombo, do you have any presentation to go with this?
I mean, other than the documentation that was submitted, I think it was also, I recall putting it in there that, the property owners I talked to, and one of the big problems with that cottage is that they had a major septic backup into it, which I think was just the slippery slope, if you will, of the deterioration of the interior of it. So, I mean, there's a ridiculous amount of mold, and it's, even if it were to be restored to its fullest, it'd be like similar, like going out to Monticello, where there's like areas, like there's buildings in which you can't even occupy, like very, very low ceilings. So it's not even in the best of shape, but it's literally inoccupiable. Like you just can't occupy it if it were even restored.
All right, well, are there any questions from the public on this one?
If you're in the, if you have public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I don't see anything.
Okay. Questions from the BAR? Nope. All right, comments from the public?
Again, please raise your hand. I don't see anything.
All right, comments from the BAR?
Have we formally asked the applicant to just sort of photograph and do any recording or whatever before the demolition occurs? That's sort of a commonplace thing. Maybe the applicant's already agreed to that. I just didn't hear it in the staff report.
And I'll share with Melissa some of what we've done, requested on other projects. If you recall, what was it, 845 Locust, they had already provided some sketches from before. But I think, a good example is there was the garage over on Lexington. So it's the photographs are good, but the sketch drawing just provides that context of what it is we're looking at in the photos, and so not looking for some sort of a measured architectural drawing, but just a sketch that would be sufficient to provide reference for the photographs. And yes, we typically do request that for demolitions.
And I would have.
I don't have an issue with that at all. That's totally reasonable to document it before it's taken down.
And I would ask even a bigger favor as the building is coming down, maybe taking some photographs. In our inspection of the cabin, we found that above the ceiling there is a painted, or the roof framing is painted as if it was a finished area originally or previously. So just as it's coming down, if it's possible to take some few photographs, that would be add even more to the record.
Absolutely, we can definitely take care of that. And I'm not sure, again, I can't recall if I noted it in there, but if there's any materials like some of the wood siding, anything that can be reclaimed, the goal is to reclaim that, because after this, the whole point of this cottage coming down is to be able to put an addition for a modern family that's growing that would like to add an addition on it. So anywhere where we can use those, any building materials that could be reused, that the goal is to reuse those.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Jody, you're tall enough. I have this image in my head of you popping your head through the ceiling.
He put his head through the ceiling.
Now, James and I found something to stand on. We took out a couple of light fixtures so we could look up above. There was no access hatch.
They started the demolition for you.
Yeah, it was Shawshank Redemption, watching Jody skinny his way up into a little 8x8 opening, but it was pretty impressive.
But that's what was so helpful in sort of getting a fix on the date of the cabin, to see the structure above and below the flooring that's not normally viewed.
The only other comment I'd have is, I definitely agree with staff that it's kind of beyond repair. And then sort of unrelated to the cottage or the tree, but it does relate to the staff report and our site visit, I would just encourage the owners to try and clear out around the cemetery that was found just a little bit, just to try and respect those folks that are buried there and make sure they're not lost to history.
I believe they have, I think they knew that the cemetery was there, but maybe not exactly where it was, but I believe that they have maybe contact information of some sort for like distant relatives, something of that sort. So, but we'll definitely pass that on.
All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including ADC guidelines for demolition, I move to find that the proposed demolition satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this individually protected property, and that the BIR approves the request as submitted with the following condition: that the property be documented prior to demolition and during demolition, including sketches or other documentation that can be made. And that I guess that documentation be forwarded to the city.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. McClure,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and Ms. Langle.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your
All right,
time.
Melissa, good to meet you. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
All right.
All right, what are we at?
So because the code building isn't on the agenda anymore, I'm going to go ahead and promote Patrick Farley so we can have the discussion about the Oakhurst Circle project.
And let's see, just, kind of this, you all had a discussion about this last month, and I know Patrick had some communication issues, but, this is using our old word, a preliminary discussion. I guess we would call this a pre-application conference. And really, it's just working towards continuing on that discussion that we had. I think Patrick's got some questions, and my goal would be that we focus on what in the application, what additional information, any details, et cetera, that this could come back in November, or at least come back the next time as a final application for action. And so I won't belabor or anything that's on, but I would suggest use the staff report to sort of as a cue to some questions and things that we may want to get questions answered from Patrick and vice versa. And with that, Patrick, it's yours.
Okay, can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First thing, well, I don't know what's for first. I should probably say that, Jeff, you're actually using the old document, the original, and there is actually updated the information.
Oh, okay. That was the material that I included in the packet, but you're welcome to share your screen if you have it. Sure.
I can share my screen.
That would be great.
Or can I share my screen?
Let me know if you have that capability. Otherwise, I can work with you to.
What?
So.
Great, we have it now.
So, well, greetings. Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. And I guess first things first, I mean, I really do want to apologize for the technological snafu. Last month, I learned the hard way what happens when you're on satellite service and you have crossed the threshold of your allowable data, which is to say, it's like being put on a time machine and going back to the early 90s, and you're on, modem. So I basically hit a point where I had literally no service, so I had to back out. So I'm glad to be back, and looking forward to having some input. And I'm assuming that you all have had a chance. I mean, actually, you would not have seen this. So you're seeing what I've got on the screen for the first time. You've only had the benefit of the previous. Is that correct?
That sounds
correct.
correct.
I answered that.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Okay, so well, at least I can say I had the benefit of I guess the minutes, the recording of the commentary that took place in absentia for me. So I did actually take a good bit of that to heart, and took some additional time to incorporate some of those comments. Even though it's unofficial, I think I needed a little bit of a nudge on some of the issues that we've been kind of struggling with, specifically on the site development. So I guess since y'all are all seeing this for the first time, I thought maybe I was going to just give you kind of a nutshell, and you hadn't seen the narrative, which is pretty loaded. Your eyes probably would have glazed over anyway. So I can just give you kind of a basic update relative to what you saw last time. And so we're going to back up a little bit. We don't need to. So here's, I guess y'all maybe see a copy of this after this. So I've kind of laid everything out there. What I'll do is obviously not get into so much depth in terms of the verbiage. But I don't know if anybody really knows the property. I'm not going to walk through every one of these, but I kind of laid this out just to give you a sense of the existing character, existing lay of the land. We're dealing with a very tight site, very challenging one, in that it is a pie-shaped lot, of course, and so it's very limited from front, and then it opens up to the back, and we're kind of taking an unorthodox approach to redevelopment in the form of a duplex. So in other words, it's a front and it's a rear unit, and the big challenge, of course, is accessing the second unit, which would be the addition, of course. So, what you're seeing, of course, is the front, the sides. These, I assume you can see my pointers. So the real, I guess, initial challenge, I know it was commented upon, which was, why not access the site from this? This is actually the north. I'll get to the site plan in just a second, so it'd be easier to be oriented. But you're seeing what would seem to be, and what I looked at initially as the obvious way to enter and create new access to the site, which would be down that north boundary. But the lot line actually is about right there. It's inside the arborvitae. And so and it basically follows or establishes, or access would squeeze within the 10-foot setback. So it really is it would be a kind of shoehorn job. And I'll say, because I don't have any graphics depicting that option of going in on the north, that I ruled it out pretty quickly. I mean, I looked at it and then I realized how many challenges. On one hand, it would not be absolutely impossible, but nearly so, because it's not just squeezing through here. It's once you get down. Let's see. Need to back out a little bit. Once you get down into, let's see, hold on a second. Sorry. Let me go to the site plan, actually, really easier. I may have to refer back to those images. So we're talking about, the challenges in getting down through here. Let me back up real quick. Where I really started, which was just listening, if you will, to the site, telling me the only place any kind of building is going to be able to occur is really here. And so and that really stems from our primary concern, other than the agenda of clearly, we're trying to expand occupancy or double the occupancy of the site. We are deeply concerned with the impact, not just the literal, site and ecological impacts, particularly relative to these 3 large white oaks, and of course the other trees, but architecturally, but then beyond that, on the adjacent properties, mainly the Oakhurst Inn. There's a residence over here, there's more buffer, less concern, and I'll kind of get to that in just a minute. But between the impacts that would come naturally from construction and beyond that, I've quickly ruled out going down this side. There are a number of great, trees and shrubs, most of which are native. There's a 20 to 24 inch persimmon, a couple of other persimmons in here that are not shown. So you've got some nice vegetative buffer here. You've got a large loblolly pine right there. And so coming into this on the north side would necessitate removal of all of that, and then some retaining wall right up on the property line to just make the vehicular access workable. And I'm not even sure that would be feasible, because it would obviously necessitate encroachment during construction on the Oakhurst property, and I can't assume that that would be allowable. And then beyond that, once you're developed, and assuming it would be approved and it would develop and folks would be living there, then the Oakhurst cafe, which is the seating is right there, as you all probably know, would be subject constantly to the comings and goings of the residents to the rear unit. We did look. I'm going to skip ahead real quick at different options. I know that, going back to this, which is our preferred option, and it's certainly unorthodox, it's what we're calling the crosscut entry scheme. I did take to heart, there was some commentary about the original layout, which was pretty ambitious, and I think the word crazy or outrageous was applied, and I would agree that it was going a little far in terms of the amount of site coverage. So we did dial it back, and I wanted to show, a couple of other options. This first one here would be, I would say, it's the path of least resistance, where you tap into, if you will, what's already in place, which is 2 parking spaces. Of course, improve that condition, but peel off of it and get around to the south, on the southern boundary, and then provide the 2 additional spaces. So this would be the scheme that would meet the minimum requirement of 4 total parking spaces. And then, of course, the one that I think everyone really wants to see is just a new curb cut, and you come in, down the south boundary line, and you have a total of 4 spaces to meet the requirement, but you then heel back that curb cut so that you don't have a net loss to the parking around the circle. And you gain a little bit of extra, landscape space there. So, there they are. So what we're trying to do is, back to the point earlier around impact, when I talk about, the neighborhood, I really mean as well the circle, the parking, the pressures that are already, there pretty substantially. And so we're thinking with this scheme that if we can hold on to, being realistic here, hold on to 2 spaces, develop this in a way that is minimally impactful, but we provide the 4 spaces. So we have a total of 6. Being realistic, you're going to have 6 residents within this duplex. Also thinking about how, each resident is a zone 1 permit, that everybody would actually have a permit. Their guests would be allowed to have a permit. So we're really thinking in terms of the bigger picture around relieving parking pressure. Now, part and parcel to this scheme is one of the other requests, I guess, that we're making, which is to be allowed an alteration to this side porch. So back to the images, it's in not so great shape. Go back to this one, so you can see this, lower view from the bottom, from the southern perspective.
And I just want to chime in. I emailed that out there. My apologies. Yeah, we're a little bit, sorry we missed that, getting that new one posted. That was my bad, but I did email what you all are seeing now to all of you. So if that helps to open it on your screens, I mean, certainly following this, but you have a set that you can refer to if that helps. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Appreciate it. Thank you for doing that, Jeff. So sorry to be skipping back and forth. I mean, hopefully it's not too erratic. I just wasn't expecting to have to go through everything, but that's okay. There's enough information here, I think, to chew on. This, I think, hopefully will be helpful to get. If you haven't been to the site, which you probably haven't, then you can sort of follow this guide map for different vantage points. One of the other, speaking of the site, so I'll go back to this. The other issues that we're bringing in that aren't necessarily subject to approval, but they're just good to know, is that we are looking to not just overhaul this wonderful home in every way, but changing its architecture, of course. But the site at large, particularly back in the lower reaches of the site, are pretty bad shape. It's overtaken by a number of invasive plants, and it's just sort of been unkept. So we're looking to just rejuvenate that whole ecosystem and sort of reimagine the landscape without going to the extreme. Bringing in new native plants, appropriately scaled, appropriately tuned in, they're dialed into the architecture. The front yard would be reimagined, but not go wild. It would actually have some order and formality to it as is appropriate, would be appropriate for Hooker Circle. But it would get, a little wild back in here, which is what it wants to be. And it is, but we're going to sort of rethink it in a lot of ways. So coming back to the scheme. So the porch is, I guess, the biggest move, obviously, aside from putting an addition on. We are looking to basically just take it off and reimagine, rebuild as a shallow sitting porch that then facilitates, obviously, this access, which along with that, we're going to have a sort of cheek wall. So not a major retaining wall, but there's enough of a drop in grade that we need to regrade it in a way that just requires that edge, which would then, of course, as required, be 3 feet off the property line. Or the driveway would be 3 feet. The wall would help hold it in place. One of the other, I didn't mention that I should have, there's a dogwood here. So one of the issues that gave me some hesitation on this southern route was, in fact, just concern of, impact on the dogwood. It's, perhaps a 6, 7, 8 inch tree. So it's a good sized dogwood. And it would definitely be hard to avoid the impact. And speaking of trees and impact, I want to be clear about, these 3 oaks here. Back to this plan. They really are the defining trees, at least in the sense of the rear experience, because of course these 2 similarly sized trees are really what define it from the road. This one here, it's close, and we're going into this recognizing that we can do everything possible in terms of the design, the structure. I mean, these trees, between the setback line and the trees, they really dictate the addition, the dimensions, or at least the width of the addition. And we're going as far as to, I'm actually going to share the design model, which I think will be more helpful. The renderings are helpful, but I think the model may help just as I walk you through the architecture a little bit. But as we're looking at the plan, you can see that, there's no way to avoid hitting the root zone of this tree. We're going to do everything we can to minimize that, and we recognize that we may not be able to, in the final analysis, save this tree, but we certainly can protect and save those 2. There's one that I'm referring to is to be removed here. That's not just because we need that space for parking. Here's an image of the base of the tree that I took very recently. So it's hard to really tell from that one photograph. There's pretty significant decay, and it's an old oak, and it's leaning, and so it would need to be taken out. I mean, in my opinion, at least, I haven't had an arborist actually give an opinion on it, but it's got to come out no matter what. So just to be clear, we are taking a tree, and potentially, it's just hard to know that this one might not make it. But other than that, on this one little holly that's right sort of in the driveway, proposed driveway space, we would remove that. So I think we're being pretty light-handed when it comes to existing trees, and then coming back. And I haven't worked through a real actual landscape plan just yet, or at least it's not on paper to present. But you're seeing just the indication that, as I said earlier, rejuvenation and restoration are words that I've used, the intent being that we're more than atoning for the loss of any trees that we have to take or that are going to come out by necessity. So let me skip forward. Actually, the plans don't really matter much for this discussion, but I will point out that relative to what I'll show you in the model, that another impact issue is just how the new affects by its connection to the existing. And we're really keeping it to a minimum and restricting to just sort of plugging on where there was apparently, I'm gonna go back, this image here is the deck that I feel certain is not original. And similarly, this looks like an infill panel that was done sometime later. I don't have proof, I'm speculating, but it just looks like it was, you know, there was something original, a large opening that was altered and filled in, and this is clearly a modern, you know, sliding glass door. So the addition is really, you know, plugging in to that space, to that opening. And then there's a very intentional sort of indentation, if you will, that is that kind of classic move of the height, creates the kind of hyphen between a, you know, a modern and an existing dwelling. So I can refer to, you know, renderings look cooler, but a model is maybe a little more effective, just to kind of walk you through real quick. This is just the raw, you know, obviously no vegetation, but a little bit of entourage, but just sort of the raw feel. So you see, you know, the basic of the site. I guess I can just sort of work my way around without belaboring anything too much. You see, you know, the color palette is very straightforward. The material palette is obviously a light colored popcorn textured stucco. The trim is this really actually wonderful, I'll call it blue black because I actually haven't identified the color yet, but it depends on where the sun is, what time of day it is. But it's definitely this really neat color that we're certainly gonna hold on to and just sort of carry through. And similarly, you know, there's a strong, you know, datum here that wraps, you know, and kind of defines the scale of the house all the way around. And so we're not gonna, my intention is not to replicate or be too heavy-handed in acknowledging it, but just subtly, you know, because it is actually right about at the floor line, so it's kind of easy where you can sort of tie the datum through, and of course, you know, with the stucco system, we'll have joints. So I'm right now just showing a really strong horizontal that is the first step, I guess, in tying the two together at that level. Of course, as the details develop, there'll be more lines. But like the stucco, I'm seeing, you know, as with the architecture in general, the addition as, you know, I refer to it in the narrative as sort of the DNA, or that analogy I think a lot of architects I like to use is the parent, you know, and the offspring. Of course, in this case, the offspring has grown up and become about the same size as the parent. But there's a clear distinction architecturally, as I noted in the plan view, where there's the connector, it's the stair. So it's, again, very kind of a common maneuver. But I'm looking at the stucco, distinguishing it subtly from this, you know, rough surface to, you know, very smooth, more of a contemporary approach to stucco. And at this point, we are thinking it's you know, a Stowe high performance wall system versus a classic, you know, 3-coat system. And then, you know, windows would be, you know, aluminum clad, but follow the patterns without replication, but they're, you know, scaled and organized very similarly. So again, not a facsimile, but, you know, the scale, the massing, and the character, and the, you know, things like the, say, rafter tails. The existing, you know, has just very straightforward rafter tail exposure detailing, and then we're looking at potentially, you know, maybe doubling them up, you know, adding a little more articulation to the expressed roof structure. Similarly, the roofing system could be differentiated. The house, as the notes that you'll read say, you know, it's an existing, or it's an asphalt roof that is not the original roof, and it's in need of being replaced. So we're looking at sort of holding to the original character that it, was, I assume it would have been slate, but it's hard to believe that they took slate off and put asphalt. But it had to have been a shingle, I would think. So we're looking to use a metal shingle, and then on the addition, go back to obviously a standing seam. Some, architectural character points, I guess starting back at the porch. So, picking up on the datums, the scale, the detailing, these columns don't occur. There aren't any columns in the house. So we're sort of taking some license and just drawing from arts and crafts precedent and, straightforward, tapered, square columns that in fact are obviously following suit in terms of the color of the trim systems. These brackets, which are really wonderful, these muscular brackets that are holding up quite a lot of load extended way out. There's smaller ones that were in one of the images here holding up the window bay. Oops, sorry, back out. So the bracket motif figures into the new construction in certain ways. Sorry?
Just to stop you for a sec, are you showing so we're all looking at the rendering page of your presentation. Are you
I'm sorry,
showing a model?
I'm on the model. I thought I was sharing my screen.
I think we are looking at
see the model.
I see your presentation.
I think in order to share a new screen, you have to go to the View Options tab on Zoom.
Man, you should have interrupted me sooner.
Sorry.
Clearly, I'm not a seasoned Zoom user. Sorry.
I mean, you've got these great renderings, so I feel like I've been able to follow along.
Yeah. Do you see there's a View Options tab where you can, or if you see a share screen button, you can click it again, and then you can specifically go to the window.
Okay, here we are. All right, I got it. Doggone it. Okay.
Great, we see it now.
Man, I do not mind being interrupted when I appear to be going off into La La Land.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I have been talking about this. You've been looking at the renderings. I'm sorry, I kind of went off on a lot of stuff, but everything I talked about is in the renderings. You just probably didn't know what the heck I was pointing at. All right, so y'all can see the model now? All right.
Yep.
I don't want to have to necessarily repeat everything. I guess you kind of got enough to see. What I was getting ready to talk about was just some subtleties, just back to the point around sort of the DNA and tying the new and the old together visually. And so you've got, we're proposing what I don't think was originally, there's no evidence that there was a little sort of rooflet over this door, but it would make sense to have some protection over the door. There is evidence back, I don't know if I am I sharing, do I have to go do a new share to go back to?
Every time you go to a new program, you have to do a new share.
All right, so you guys may recall one of those, I think two images show this wall, and you could see the remnant, where the stucco had been repaired, where an old porch was plugged on. So we're, plugging on a new one, but we're actually trying to hold to that. I guess this is clearly a modern, it's a new porch. What's beyond new would be this, and then, but it takes its cues as well from this clearly, original shed roof form, and then this new shed roof form sort of takes its cues. So you have kind of a system, if you will, or another sort of motif of shed, low slope shed roofs. This one then becomes, the wall that drops down to grade. And then just coming around, actually, I'm gonna go back because I touched on this point relative to the tree protection. So I noted the structural approach being driven by trying to minimize impact on that root zone. So we're actually pulling the structure in, tucking it under, cantilevering out, just to further reduce the width of the footprint. So the effective footprint is really here, but we've got this understory sort of porch and entrance to the second unit there. And the foundation system would be a point loaded versus a spread footing, obviously designed to the minimum amount of structure required to do the job. And as we come around to this side, which is what's over at the Oakhurst, you see again some of the kind of funky stuff relative to windows on this facade. We're sort of picking up on that it's less orderly, I guess, than it is when you obviously see from the front. And to the point earlier about the sort of hyphen where I'm indenting purposefully here, and then incorporating that dark color in this recess to really emphasize that break between the existing and the proposed. And then we have this, obviously a flat, quote unquote, flat roof that is where things really tie together, and they all, at this point, everything's aligning at the line. There's some gutter detailing that I'll have to figure out in terms of getting that to work, which it will. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm sure I am. I guess I can just stop there and I welcome questions, feedback, gripes, whatever.
Now, this goes back to.
Do we want to go back to the? What screen do we want to stay on? Do we want to keep it here?
Actually, could I just make a quick observation? You can open another program without you're just sharing your screen. So if you wanted to open the PDF instead, you can go there. You don't have to close the SketchUp file. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you mean that? Can you see the PDF?
You can just go back and forth as long as it's on the screen that's being shared. So you don't have to change.
That's what I was asking. Okay, good. All right. So you can see the PDF, the render sheet now.
Yep.
So okay. This kind of goes back to our discussion we had before our meeting today. It's a preliminary discussion. Public comment's not required. Should I offer it now? Should I offer it at the end? Not offer it at all?
Oh, whichever you prefer. There aren't a ton of people in the waiting room right now.
All right.
So
well, that if anybody who is watching this has any public comment, raise your hand, please, or press *9.
I don't see anything.
Okay. All right. So this is, I think, conversational how we do this. Yeah. I'm tempted to break it into pieces, or we can start with questions if people want to ask questions. But I think there's a lot of parts to this that might make some sense to break it into pieces, starting with the site and then maybe the existing house and then the addition. Anybody disagree?
Nope.
All right. Well, let's start looking at the site. And it looks like you gave us some different options for the driveway, and you've explained your reasoning behind those. I have a question with the use of the grid pavers. Are those the type that let grass grow through? Is that what you're thinking? Or describe what you mean by the grid pavers.
Yeah, I guess I think the more operative word there is pervious.
Okay.
But yeah, the grid, I am referring to the type that that could either have, usually grass, doesn't do well because of the, frequency of traffic. So, you have stone dust or pebbles or what have you. At this stage, I am thinking whatever it is, primarily a pervious treatment. It's not asphalt, and it's not gravel, it's not asphalt. So we're, still considering options.
Breck, you seem to have a lot of opinions on this last time.
Sure. I mean, thank you for taking us through that, Patrick. I thought the background is helpful for understanding the reading of the site. That being said, I still feel strongly that there's not a sufficient reason to have the driveway going through the front yard in this location, or almost any location in Charlottesville. And it seems, if it is feasible, and it sounds like it is, to maintain the drive on one side or the other, I think that would be more in keeping with the neighborhood. And I've just been driving around in Street View, looking at the other conditions in Oakhurst and the surrounding neighborhoods. I think that would be the most consistent. And given the kind of amount of space given to the car in that front lot, I would also be in favor of abandoning the previous parking and moving that to the southern edge. Just seems to make so much more sense, and treat the house with the respect that it requires. The other questions generally are about regarding the site. I think that your approach to preserving trees and having some facility with differentiating the truly contributing trees to the ones that are not is helpful. And so I think certainly you're right that the oaks seem to be the things that should be foremost in the site decisions, and secondarily some of those other native trees. That persimmon sounds pretty interesting and cool. I do wonder if that dogwood, if in the lower corner, if that is significant enough to drive a kind of wiggle in the drive. It seems like something that we might be able to replace relatively soon in scale and in size, or maybe a tree on the opposite side of the yard with the space that's freed up from parking. I think that's probably I think adding the approach that you've taken, that is not just in number of trees, but thinking about the site from an ecological point of view is really good. And I'm glad to see you taking some attention to the stormwater impacts of this additional paving. I do think that some of the slopes that you have are going to make some of that pervious paving difficult in areas, and so you may have to have a range of different approaches.
Mm-hmm. Yep, thank you.
I just want to add in real quickly that if you do move the curb cut, it looks like our zoning code allows the BAR to make a recommendation to the traffic engineer that the driveway width not be 20 feet.
Good. You just read my mind. No, I was literally about to thank you for that.
So yeah, I think that should not be a problem.
Yeah, I just want to express support for Breck's comments and also just supporting not taking the driveway across the front yard. So if there's a way we can help by reducing the size of the curb cut requirement and encourage that on the south side, that I'd fully support that.
And is it a deal killer for anyone about so there's the one tree that he's talking about needs to come down, and then it looks like there's the cluster of 3. One of those may be expendable. Is that a deal killer for anyone? Seeing shaking heads, seeing Breck doing the head wobble.
I mean, I'm with Greg. I mean, for me, the most problematic thing is keeping the existing parking and cutting across the front of the house. And I don't think the dogwood is worthy of, I mean, not to say they're a dime a dozen, it's the big shade trees that take forever. Yeah. I don't think the dogwood's worth sweating over.
Well, my question was referring to, I think there are 2 shade trees that this plan.
Where the parking goes?
Yeah.
Where the parking,
I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, I was actually thinking, because of the peer strategy, I think the peer strategy, I mean, Breck could probably speak to this better than I, but it does seem like that would be, I think that's at least has a fighting chance of not destroying those trees, but it really means, I mean, you're talking about the 3 right there in the cluster, Carl, right?
Yes, the one closest, I think, might not survive. That's correct, Mr. Farley?
Can't do any worse than Chris
Yes,
Henry's tree. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it might be a push, but I also think any kind of addition off the back of that building is pretty much going to jeopardize that tree.
Yeah.
So I think, if they can save it, great. I mean, I think that putting it up on pillar T or columns or whatever certainly makes that seem like a possibility, but it is also going to get trampled on, and everything's so maybe it's got a 50 or 40-50 chance of living. I don't know, 40-65.
Yeah. Can I speak for a second on that? Yeah, in my narrative, I actually, you probably haven't had a chance to really look at it, but I did make a reference to how we're planning to approach protection. So we'd obviously, do what anybody would do, is you cordon off, mark the root zones at least within a reasonable limit or circumference. And then we would, believe it or not, I'm thinking, and I have done my share of contracting over the years. So I've been in this position, I would even go as far as to say, if anybody violates that line, I'm talking 4-foot construction fence, that if there's any violation, there are liquidated damages that kick in. So I am thinking in those terms around tree protection. What I was really speaking to earlier is that, to Tim's point, construction impacts are still going to be there no matter what you do, and you just don't know. I mean, those trees are, by my guesstimation, just using the rules of thumb, they could be as old as the house, which was built in 22, or at least doggone close to it. They're probably put in right after the house was completed. So they're good size, they're good tree. They're mature trees, and they're used to not having anything going on around them. So, our plan is to do everything possible within reason to save all 3. But I just wanted to be clear, we're being realistic that this one might not make it.
I guess the one thing I would just note about the coming down on the piers, I mean, in some ways that could help. On the other hand, you've got a retaining wall there. So it's kind of any benefits from the structure coming down on the pier is kind of nullified by that footing that would be the retaining wall would require. I guess one question I would have is if that tree is a priority, maybe the parking being kind of tucked in on the very end of the building is driving some of the heights, that your elevations could actually come up and reduce some of your site work. If the car was outside of the volume of the building, there could be different kind of cover adapted for it.
Yeah, well, I'm actually working with the grades right there, and then working up to tie into the existing basement elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And on that, good point on the retaining wall, I'm thinking, we're going to have to figure out how to detail that as a sort of a grade beam, peer-to-peer grade beam, floating, if you will, kind of wall. It may not be what I think it is at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really obviously gotten into the details.
Yeah, you
yet.
could basically do like piles or something,
Yeah.
with ties and
Right.
Really
Right.
use the same strategy you're using on the building itself.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
One more comment I would have on the landscape plan is well, it sounds like we're going to ask you to move the driveway. And when you do that, I notice you have screen plantings in the front yard. It would be, in my opinion, preferable not to screen the front of the house from the street. So if those could be kept lower, looking at your main site plan, the previous page for that.
Yeah, but you're referring to this one here with the the new entrance.
Yes.
But without screening? Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be, I mean, obviously you haven't developed a full landscape plan for that option, but when you do, I would avoid the screening plants that you have on the previous option.
Yeah,
At least along the drive or along the street.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, to be clear, you know, when I use the term screen, I don't mean, you know, in a impactful, like vertical sense, just more of a buffer at the edge, you know, a property buffer. So there would be shrubs and ground cover kind of plants.
No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's the kind of the visual wall that hides the house from the street that we'd like to avoid.
Yeah, definitely don't mean that. No, not even in this. Yeah, the word screen it can be loaded. Yeah, I get it, but that's not really what I intended.
All right. Well, if there's no more comments on the landscape, maybe we move to the existing house and modifications to that. It looks like you're modifying the concrete porch. You're adding a little roof overhang and a new porch on the south side, and then I guess connecting to the existing house on the northwest side. Is that a good summary?
Yeah.
Any concerns from the BAR on those items?
You might have explained this while you were explaining the house to us on the flat while you were rotating the model, but what's the little funky eyebrow there? Is that just something?
This?
Yeah, what is that?
That's existing.
Huh. Okay.
Believe it or not.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah,
I mean, it's indicative of what something was there before that it
like
kind of tied into.
Like a pen Eve must have used to run across or something and picked up the pen.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is kind of funny.
Yeah, Tim, if you look at the PDF that Jeff emailed to us, you can see a pretty big scar in the plaster.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I got it on the screen here.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
So there's your little sort of part of a penteeth, yeah. And so we're really just replacing what was there, in as much as this is what we know. We have no records of.
So the thing that's really actually making it a Lone Ranger is actually that shed addition.
Right.
It used to come on around, right? Depend. Yep.
Right. This.
Yeah.
No, I think Tim's referring to
There's one in the back.
On the back of the.
Yeah. The pen clearly wrapped the corner and kept on going.
Yeah. This.
So you could conceivably drop that shed roof down and pick up that pen Eve, but
that shed roof is existing, correct?
This?
Yes.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
But existing from when? I'm just curious. I mean, it's clearly a.
Yeah, that'd be clear. You know,
it has stucco. It has stucco over it currently.
Yeah.
And it looks similar to the original stucco.
It looks more like a laser.
I bet you that was done. It looks like it was. Let's say not done to the same standard as the rest of the house. The only reason I bring it up is the back of the house, and I have less concern about the sort of the datedness of some things like that if it's really horrible, but that's just my personal opinion. You know, it doesn't affect the timeline relative to the street. It is kind of funky, but that's, you know, that seems more like a designer's choice to my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But just thought I'd point out that if you wanted to mess with it, it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
I think you'd need to really do some more research to prove that it isn't an original bump out, to be confident enough to take that off. If we're going to get
I still think, judging by the Eve, it was definitely later than the original house.
And look at the basement windows under it, Tim, too.
What's that?
Look at the basement windows under. I mean, they look original.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure, but they also are the same that I have a shed there. I'm just saying, I bet you it was a later edition, that's all.
Yeah,
You may be right, you may be wrong.
it's possible.
I'd like to say to the applicant that I'm in favor of restoring the southern porch and adding the second story on and restoring the door that was there. Like others, I'd like for the driveway to be located to the north, but if you need to shallow up, I don't think a whole lot is lost. And you certainly are doing improvements to it. So that's a nice new feature that we're looking at on the original structure.
Thank you, Sherry. I completely agree.
Wait, you said driveway to the north or the south? You said north, but you
I'm sorry, I think others would prefer it to be moved to the north. So
Oh, that's what you,
No.
yeah, sorry. I'll be quiet.
let me look at the survey.
We've
again.
been talking about the driveway entrance going to the south and abandoning the north, because the north really isn't feasible. It's loaded with issues.
Okay, if that's the case, then you need the driveway cut to the south.
Yeah, right.
But in any case, you're making, I'm getting reverb. You're reducing the width from the house of the porch, and I think that's compatible with the guidelines. I don't have an issue with that.
Right, good, thank you.
I think I have issues with that little shed porch roof on the structure, just because I guess you're trying to tie it to the new addition. Are you trying to match whatever is like kind of existing on the original? I guess I'm not seeing all the details yet, and I'd like to see a little bit more detail of how you plan on.
Yeah, the detailing, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so to your question, the detailing is, you can see it's sort of in process being a schematic model, but it's, picking up on the bracket, quite literally, the existing, the precedent that's in place, bracket detailing and rafters exposed. This in particular, even though it possibly could have been a later addition, there's compatibility in terms of the slope itself. The rafters exposed, the rate trim. I mean, it's really I'm approaching it as though it was there, even though it wasn't clearly, but it makes good practical sense. I mean, this is the southern exposure of the house. So just from the standpoint of providing a little bit of shade, short of, shading the whole wall, but being a door, I have a desire, I guess, or almost a rule where whenever I can put a little protection over an operable, over a door opening, I want to protect it as much as I can from the weather. So this is maybe a 2.5 foot, 2 foot, something along those lines projection that just provides, further protection of that opening from shade and rain. And, architecturally, it seems to me, at least, it's compatible with the detailing that's in place.
Sonia, did that answer your question, or is this is the projection going to continue to be a concern for you?
No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, when we're done with this, it would be nice to just make sure if there's any issues that any board member has that are going to hold them back from voting for it, to just be clear when we're done with our discussion that's the case.
So I'm just curious, and I don't know if staff knows the answer, like, is this building on any historic survey or anything? Because I think if, two things, the roof, I think it'd be good to try to research what the original roof may have been. You said you wanted to go back to metal shingles. I didn't know if there's historic photos or any sort of survey that might lead us to that answer.
I would love to know.
And also for that side porch, if there's any historic photos or documentation on what those columns may have looked like, or the railing, or anything like that. My guess is the railing of that second floor porch is probably below code requirement now, but you might be able to, if there's a possibility to mimic it, even if it was taller, that would be great.
I'm sorry, Jay, the railing, you're referring to what's there now?
No, the second floor.
Oh, you're talking about what I've
Not there.
proposed, what's
Right.
here. Oh, you mean in the remnant image,
Right.
Yes, you're right. That I haven't measured it, but I bet that it's
Probably too short.
below 36 inches.
Right. But I think I'm hopeful. I'll say I'm optimistic that somewhere out there there's a photo or some sort of documentation that might let you replicate possibly what may have been there, just adjusting for current codes.
I actually think it's kind of because he's not building it back to the original depth, and it's not. I mean, assuming maybe if there is a record of it and that can be found, then yeah, replicating it. But if it can't be replicated, I think it's probably good that it's the railing is a modern contemporary detail that's obviously not original.
Yeah. No, I see the sense in that. I think maybe to some degree I'm thinking more about the columns.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wonder maybe the columns.
Just sent a
Jeff.
I just sent you all from the Sanborn maps, the cities pre 1960, or at least up until 1965, so you can see what the footprint was. Really not a whole lot helpful on the roof. I'm looking at here. I think it was it's got the solid dot, which these things change, but it would just tell me whether it was composite, like an asphalt, or non-flammable, which would be slate or metal. So it's hard to determine. But from the footprint that I just showed you all, it would. Well, you can take a look at that. You guys know what you're looking at, and I think the only thing we had on the survey was in that Oakhurst historic. Yeah, from what I have here, I think it's the at least in 1965 it was a composition roof, so means either asphalt or something like that. So according to
What was the date on that Sanborn map again, Jeff?
Well, we have 1929 maps, which were revised up until at least 1965. That the best we can determine.
So the shed's not there theoretically in 1965.
In 1965.
Yeah. Right.
What's
You're
that?
right. You're right. About the addition.
Yeah, and on the south side looks like a single story open porch. That's when you see the dots. That's what that reflects. Now, what this is a city 1929 base map in which they would come in every couple of years and cut and paste changes. It does appear that this is been added. So, but when it was added, I don't know. So I just want to add that. I just want to throw one thing before you all get, you wrap up. The rendering's fantastic. We've got a good images. What do you all need to see? I mean, you're seeing great visuals. What do you all need to see relative to a BAR application that may or may not be here? Because I think that's the next big step here. So with that,
Yeah, and I think we still kind of have to get to the new addition portion of the house, but I just had a question so on this porch, just to make sure that we've wrapped up the what's done here, because James, you talked about trying to replicate it, and then you mentioned the columns. Do we need to? Is it okay that the columns look like original columns? Is that a concern for anyone? I mean, personally, I think I'm not opposed to that because I think the railing does enough to distinguish it as new, but I just want to make sure that's not going to be a holdup for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think my intent is they don't, as Mr. Farley pointed out, there's no other columns on the house. So it's more in line with what he's doing with that little rooflet over the door, take clues from the historic house and, kind of honor that in stylistically for the columns.
And as well, the arts and crafts movement in general. I mean, that's really where they're going to, I looked at precedent, there's the beauty and I guess the curse maybe is that there really aren't any rules within arts and crafts, right? Unlike classicism, I mean, so I'm thinking these are columns that sort of follow the sort of general precedent, but nothing specific. But you can find these columns obviously anywhere. You find them in catalogs. My desire is to keep it simple, but not, try to reinvent the wheel. Like to speak to the railings, simple kit of parts, off the shelf, flat stock steel, thinking, of course, the color is obviously there for a reason, that this is low maintenance and it is an arts and it's a modern, if you will, interpretation of arts and crafts. Subtleties, sort of the open corner, non-posted corner kind of picks up, on this notion here where you have structure that is at least partly cantilevered, open corner. So, there's sort of some motif detailing already in the works. But, it's the proportioning, the rhythm, it's sort of drawing from what's already in place. I don't know if there was a center column, but there is a center bearing wall in the house. So I'm just sort of drawing from the structural character, if you will, from inside to outside. I think, the proportions work well. Well,
it sounds like nobody's jumping on any issues with the existing house. I think we need to figure out what there's a desire to find what the existing roof material was. On the new addition, does anybody have any concerns with that?
I'll jump in. I'm concerned that the new addition will be visible from the street view. Some of your the model way you're turning it seems like you might be able to see the peak of the new, and I just want to make sure that that's not something that we're going to be able to see.
That seems pretty unlikely to me.
I mean, from it obviously it depends on your position. I mean, you look back at the renderings, I guess, are more. I intended. In fact, I have one image, one view. So this first one, the view from the circle, I guess it's visible if you're really looking. My intention is that it isn't, that it goes away, that it's far enough back and then buffered, by, just foreground vegetation. And of course, this won't be here, right? We've agreed that a southern cut, a new cut is the preference. I agree. Then this gets filled in. This is where I come in with that screening that Carl was talking about to sort of mitigate any visual impact. I don't see that as a negative, that you can actually see something an addition.
That's not quite what I'm saying. I just don't want the new addition to look like it's kind of dominating the original. And
Totally get that. Yeah, no, okay, so good. Well, that my point is the same. It's in the background. You know, it's literally and figuratively, and it could be further, as I said, mitigated by foreground vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
I would want that in. I want to, if anything, increase the amount of biomass, if you will, in the front yard. We're going for no lawn. I should have said that. I mean, that's sort of an underlying goal, is that this is, there's no such thing as zero maintenance, but we'll have very, very low maintenance of this property.
Mm-hmm.
That includes the ground plane. So, I can see vegetation in here where now there's a car and drive. Mm-hmm. and that addresses that concern even more effectively.
Okay, and then the second point, I would just like to, I feel like the hyphen on the north elevation just feels a little bit undeveloped. I'm just not convinced about the separation. It just looks a little bit awkward to me. So I'd like to see maybe not a flat roof, like just something that sort of pays more attention to that hyphen. And then also, I am a little bit concerned about the wall on the, I guess, the west elevation decks. I'm not exactly sure what the purpose of that is, but it kind of concerns me that you're creating like a wall on one side of the property, even though it's on the floor. So those are my concerns.
Okay. So you're talking about this right here? Let me get to my arrow. This wall?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is, I would say there's an architectural and of course structural driver behind that, but it's also, I'd say, more privacy driven. I mean, more thinking in terms of if you know the Oakhurst Cafe, have you been there? Which is right just down through the shrubs right here. So you're sort of sitting out there overlooking, or I'm envisioning that you're sitting up there overlooking that space. And then conversely, when you're down in the cafe, you have this, building with people sitting on a porch. So I am actually thinking of that wall as kind of a multivalent element. It's serving the purpose of providing some privacy, some shading. Has a western. It's sort of the north. It has, as you said, a western exposure. So I'm thinking about sun protection too, as the sun is setting. It's obviously on a low angle, so it's intense. So there's a practical purpose that it's serving.
I think I would prefer to see some kind of screen, not a solid wall. I mean, it's just, they live in the city. There's not going to be a lot of privacy. They're in the middle of a city. It was one of those things. I don't think you can really get away from that. So yeah, if you're thinking of you want to add privacy, I think a screen would probably be a little bit more appropriate so that someone could see through and then even get through there. That's just something that is like kind of a sticking point for me.
Okay. Well, since we're on your sticking points, I wasn't clear what you were talking about over here. You're talking about this sort of margin here?
I'm talking about the margin and then the flat roof and then the windows. I know this is schematic, but it just feels a little bit undeveloped yet. And I'm not entirely sure how it's being connected or how it's going to really look once it's built. So if you could develop that design a little bit more and provide us with more details about how this hyphen is going to interact between the two buildings.
Yeah, and I can speak to that just for a minute since we're on it. So this dimension is kind of, it's driven by interior concerns, but it's also probably more driven by the return, the turning of the corner of this existing roof form. So in other words, it's like a receiver. It's indented, it's set back to allow this roof to turn the corner and die into it comfortably, allowing for the gutter. There will be a downspout there, of course. So there's that. And then the roof, the flat roof is really necessitated by avoiding the interaction of a new roof riding onto the existing. I'm, as I said in the beginning, really trying to deliberately break, the old, or distinguish visually, but also physically, the new from the old. So the flat roof really is, and it's true, it's not developed, in detail, but it is intentional that this plane, or this datum actually is picking up on the eave line of the existing house and tying into it. But admittedly, this is the one bit of fenestration in the whole scheme that is just a kind of a placeholder. It is a stair, so it's an opening that I think is befitting of a stair space, being a vertical kind of volume of space. So it's following that, but yeah, it needs to be detailed.
Well,
Can
maybe
you
some
help?
of it's the language of the hyphen on the walls doesn't really doesn't line up with where the hyphen is. So maybe there's some way to use more, like change the material and use more of the blue paint to,
Yeah.
it's the way that the stucco kind of wraps underneath the windows, at least for me. I don't want to speak for Sonia.
Can you hold the model still for a second?
Where do you want it?
Just right there is fine. But, I think that Sonia makes a really good point. And I think it's because the diagram is so clear on the south side.
Yeah.
That the volume is very clear, and it's just just kind of a little bit of a mess on this side. And even if this was all dark blue, I don't know. I think without even changing the plan.
You did. No, I've done it. And I actually, and she's right. I mean, yes, it's schematic, and I've kind of left it where it is, but I actually did exactly that. I have a version that I sort of left aside, thinking, it might be calling too much attention to itself, was my thinking. I don't want to make this like an exclamation point. But I appreciate that, because I was thinking the same. So, that this really is a form. It is a visual break. It doesn't have, I think it can be done without undue attention. It just needs more attention, more design attention.
And likewise on the,
It seems like the use of the glass could actually be bolder and go out to the edges and really just make it distinct and call it a day. And the glass is multivalent and kind of does its thing at different times of day, and then it's kind of a lantern at night.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Tim, because that's really what when I started out, I wanted that to just be a glass the term lantern was, what I was using for myself as I was thinking it through spatially. If you all don't have, that's obviously the point of this session, if you don't have an issue with that being more glazed, more transparent, more lantern-like, then that's actually what I would prefer to do, is in terms of the language, that it's less solid, more expressive of the internal, the diagram, as somebody said.
I would suggest that you can run the windows on the north side further west and maybe even match the roof line.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
It doesn't really make sense to just have that boxy sort of rectangular, doesn't really define anything.
No, totally appreciate that. It's ironic. I was thinking of BAR saying, "Oh, yeah, this is way too much. You need to dial it back." Now you're telling me I need to do the opposite, which is awesome.
Well, our guidelines do say we need to differentiate the old from the new, and our focus on this corner is it is a junction of the old and new, where those two volumes had to be dealt with structurally, but also dealt with design. So I like what you've done at that corner. I think it comports with our guidelines. I also wanted to just say, while I've got the mic, that thank you for making changes to the fenestration on the south side. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Anybody hear me now?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you were.
I'll try again. I wanted to thank the applicant for making changes on the south side. The iteration that we saw last month looked very commercial. It reminded me actually of a school that I worked on in Haiti. And by sort of breaking up the rhythm of the windows here, I think it helps with that huge mass on this side. Thank you for turning the model around.
You're welcome.
My only negative comment is just that the addition is larger or appears to be larger than the original home. And I think it's well concealed from the street. It's well designed to work within the existing landscape, which I know the topo is rough. And I applaud the applicant for wanting to preserve the natural area and maybe even do a rain garden in the very back where it slopes down most severely. I just think it's a big volume, and perhaps there are ways that could be broken up a little bit. I'm not talented enough to, like other people on this board, to suggest some of those strategies. But that's my only concern at this point with this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else find that the scale is, of the addition is going to be a problem for them? I've seen shaking heads.
Given that it's completely disguised from the street, it's a strategy I'm familiar with, shall we say? And, you know, and I think in terms of the courtyard and it's, you know, sort of kid aparts, gets along fine with the house. You know, I think, you know, for instance, I think the hyphens where that energy is, I don't have any problem with the scale of it. I think Sonia is right about sort of focusing that the hyphens really where the action occurs in terms of creating the distinction between the two. And I don't have a problem with the scale of it because the hills drop. Yeah, the other thing is because it's on a hill, it's by nature coming out of the ground and going to appear bigger no matter what you do. And trying to keep the floor plates the same makes sense. So I don't know. To me, it still goes back to the timeline, and I think, you know, from the circle, it will be very discreet. So it works. I don't think it's an issue myself.
Thanks.
So to summarize what I think we've asked you tonight, and then we'll need to add, I guess, if there's any details or things that we need to get. Sorry, my dog's barking. So we've asked you to move the driveway to the south. The hyphen needs to be explored further. The wall needs to be explored a little more. See if you can open that or turn it into a screen or something. Are we? I don't know what we want to do with the roof materials. That seem to be an issue. So we've got the roof, and then are there any? Your narrative, I think you tried to describe a lot of materials, and I don't know if everybody got that email. If we could look at that real quickly, are there items that we need to see? Cut sheets we need to see. You know, if you're going to put exterior lighting on here, I think we're going to want to know what that is. We usually ask for cut sheets of windows and doors. If you could provide that, that would be great. Am I forgetting anything, or does anybody want to remind me, or who had the concern with the roof, and what do we want to do about that?
It's more just if further research was possible to determine what the original roof was of the original house.
Okay.
That's it.
I do think we need to see a landscape plan.
Yes.
If you've, a wall section or two might not hurt. Just to see how you're doing the eaves and the
So right in,
any of that. Yeah.
you're talking about through here or to one of these?
I think that would be good. Just to,
Oh, yeah. I was planning.
Using a stow system, so that's EFIS, which is technically a bad word, but I think we're getting over that. So if you could, a section would help us kind of just prove to us what that is.
And I said stove specifically to avoid that acronym. It might not be stove. Likely it will be, actually. But I can provide. I was planning to do that anyway for you. So.
Okay. And obviously 2-dimensional elevation drawings.
Okay. You want 2D in lieu of 3D or in addition to 3D?
In addition.
Well, I mean, I always just, take elevations from the model. So
okay.
They'll effectively be done. I'll give you 2D and a 3D view. Yeah.
That would be, well, I think it would be important if we could have something that's scalable. So if it's not in perspective.
Right. Scalable with some annotation, the basic DD level annotation.
Enough so that
what's what.
When Jeff is reviewing your building permit, he can say, yes, that's what we approve.
Look forward to getting to that point.
And that would also give you a pretty good site section and that kind of thing. So Sonia would see that, your view angles to the roof on the other building, on the addition, would be virtually impossible to see from the street.
Sure.
Anybody else want to add anything? Or are we exhausted this one?
I would just say I've been poking around on, what we have on file. I know I've shared with you guys some. I mean, unless, the owner has access to some old photographs or, I don't know, maybe Bill, the folks over at Oakhurst Inn has some old photos of the neighborhood, but I have very little. And, in the survey that was done, I think was in 2008, really reflecting what was there at the time. So, if you've got some ideas of places to look, this was built after sort of that Holsinger era. So
yeah,
it's it'll be random if it shows up in a photograph. So
yeah, I can ask the Oakhurst folks.
But in support of Tim, the Sanborn map does not show this addition on the back.
This addition falls under the heading of carbuncle.
Yeah, that's right.
A little mean.
Good. I appreciate that tidbit.
All right. Well, do you have any questions for us?
No, I think you've pretty well covered it for now. So I think I have clear marching orders, and I really, really appreciate all of the feedback. It's been very helpful.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
I also say I think it's a nice project.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
It'll be very pleasant back there, and I think that once the stair tower is resolved, it'll actually be kind of a wonderful, wonderful space. So.
Yep. Good. Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
Are we good?
Yep.
Thanks.
All righty. Have a good evening. See you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You too.
I think, are we due a break?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I was thinking this night was going to fly by.
It's 2020. All right, 5 minutes.
Hey, Robert.
Sure.
When we get to the Belmont Bridge, they basically just provided us all the information that we asked for last time, correct? Like,
Yes, yeah. I actually don't know if Jeanette is planning on making it.
Okay.
I haven't talked to her, so I mean, when Jeff gets back online.
All right.
What were you gonna ask?
Well, theoretically, I mean, that's just a really quick summary, right? If anything.
Right. Yeah. And again, I'm not sure if she'll be here, so there might not be anything to any questions to ask. So.
Well, that would be Jeanette. Don't come. Stay home. Well, or just don't turn on your computer.
Your colleagues might have more pressing concerns about the bridge. So. So we have Eric Amtman online, and then also Steve White from Fentress Architects. I recognize his phone number in the participant list, so I will unmute him when necessary. Eric, I'm not sure if there's anybody else associated with this project who I should promote to the...
No, just us. I think there are some observers from the city and county, but I'll really be the only one speaking.
Okay. And actually, Steve, if you need to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. But otherwise, I'll just leave you as B for now.
Go time yet?
Yeah, Jeff, were you planning on giving a like a staff presentation for the courts project, or did you just kind of want to dive right into the discussion?
You know, we're sort of a little behind, so let Eric just dive right in, and I think
Sure.
just offer that clarification of. I just want to if we have some things that well, whatever. Let's just dive in and have the conversation.
Sure. So, Eric, I have I'm sharing my screen with the project, and just let me know if you want me to go to a specific page.
Sure, I'll prompt you when I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Well, I'm very excited to be here having this conversation with you this evening. My name is Eric Amtman from DGP Architects. We're on 5th Street, about a half a block away from Court Square. And in my 27 years as a resident of Albemarle County, I think the downtown courts have been the topic of great interest and conversation, and even with greater focus in the last 10 or 12 years. So this is really sort of a watershed moment that this project is moving forward. And just to open by saying, for a community like Charlottesville and Albemarle, the courts complex is usually a civic and public building that's got a really important place in the community and is really a landmark structure. It's probably one of the most significant and important projects that the county and also the city will undertake in the next 50 years. Aside from maybe not quite meeting the capital expenditure of a big school project, it's certainly one of the most important. And the county and the city are really keeping that significance in mind as they move forward with this project. So the purpose of tonight is really to just have a conversation for me to introduce you to the scope of the project, mention who the project team is, and then give you an idea about the schedule. We'll be coming before you multiple times in the coming years. So just to sort of give you the lay of the land so you have an idea of what to expect. We won't obviously be asking for any action tonight, but I'll introduce what our next application for an actual certificate of appropriateness or actually demolition will be. But we'll get to that when we get to the scope and the schedule. So in addition to the county being the primary stakeholder, the city at the top of our organization chart there is a secondary stakeholder in this project. They have one of the court sets in the new construction. We'll get to that when we talk about the scoping. Our project team is led by Fentress Architects, the architect of record out of DC, and Steve White is the principal in charge. So he's really our team leader. He's listening in via phone this evening. And then down there on the lower left is DGP Architects, and we are the local and historic preservation architect. We have a very long history dating back to 1933 of historic preservation, starting with work in Williamsburg. So our role is to interface with the BAR and then also to be a partner in design to help document the existing conditions and look at rehabilitation and repair and future maintenance and add a little bit of design assist as well. And then we'll be very involved with construction administration because of our close proximity to the site. And then it's worth mentioning a couple of our other design partners or local partners that you may be familiar with is Roadside and Harwell. Elliott Roadside, they're our landscape architect, and they've done a lot of work locally in Charlottesville and Albemarle, very familiar with our community. And projects, for example, like the West Main Street project. So they are very familiar with the kinds of issues that we'll be hoping to really capitalize on and make for a wonderful design on the county courts project. And then Timmons Group, Craig Katarski is our civil engineer, also very knowledgeable about all of the local conditions for utilities and other issues that'll really be important in making this project a success. Go ahead, Robert. Can you zoom to the full page to get as most legibility out of this as we can?
One sec.
Yeah, there was the button just to the left of the one that, yes, that, perfect, thank you. So here we have the existing conditions on Court Square. North is basically to the top of the page, maybe 1 o'clock, and just a quick orientation from the left. The county district court and county Commonwealth's attorney's office is in the building constructed circa 1935. And then the current county circuit court is the historic courthouse there, the sort of cruciform plan. It has primarily 3 phases of construction, 1803, and then 1865, and then 1935 for the facade restoration, which incidentally, the founder of our firm, Milton Grigg, was a big part of restoring that facade, or altering that facade, I should say, from the neo-Gothic to its current Georgian. And then the levee building over there on the northeast corner, the next block over, dating to 1851. That's currently unoccupied. It's served a variety of swing space uses in the last several years as other courts or sheriff's offices or Commonwealth attorney's offices. JDR was in there for a while, so it's currently unoccupied. And then in green there, we will be asking for a demolition permit for the late 20th century, say 1980s, levee building annex and hyphen there highlighted in green. And we'll look at some photographs related to that at the end of this presentation. So these are the existing conditions now. There's sort of a slide puzzle that takes effect over 2 phases of design and construction to sort of make all of these courts able to continue functioning while all of the work is being done. So on the next slide, in phase 1 construction, the levee building is the photograph there in the lower left corner, which is taken from the northwest corner, basically from East High Street, looking to the southeast. So after the demolition of the annex is performed, the new courts building will be constructed in this area, and that'll ultimately house, at this time, 4 court sets, 2 district courts for the county, 1 district court for the city, and then a 4th swing space. The renovated levee building will hold the county Commonwealth's attorney, and that shows on the next slide. So after that phase one construction is complete, the county circuit court and county general district court in the yellow buildings will move over into the new construction, along with the county commonwealth's attorney moving into the levy building. Next. So that creates a vacancy in the two historic buildings, the 1938 and circa 1803 historic buildings. So in phase two, those will be renovated, and the new construction there will really be limited to minor additions, mainly accessible entrances around, accessible routes to entrances, and mainly site restoration, but not really any significant new construction there. Next. And then at phase two completion, the county circuit court moves from its temporary space in the new construction over to the blue renovated historic buildings. And then there is space for a second county circuit court in the 1938 renovated building. And then the final step is the city general district court moves from a different location into the new construction as well. Good so far. Before we go to the schedule, any questions on sort of understanding that slide puzzle? It's a little bit complicated. All right, next slide, please, Robert. So I know this is zoomed out really far and not very legible on the screen. We'll zoom in on the next slide, but it's just to sort of give you a view from 30,000 feet that over on the left, we're in 2020. That's sort of programming and planning phase in orange. And then all the way over there on the right at the bottom right corner where we have final completion in green, that's 2025. So we'll get to know each other pretty well. You'll probably rotate off the board. There will be new members, but we're looking at a 5-year project here. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So here we are right now in programming and planning, sort of where that asterisk is. We're at the end of 2020, last quarter of 2020. And then just sort of skipping ahead for the moment, you'll see that we have schematic design and design development in blue. So phases 1 and phase 2, which is both the west site and the east site, will be designed in tandem together through the first 2 steps of design, schematic design and design development. And then if you could go back 1 slide, please. Then the construction occurs on construction documents will proceed for phase 1. And then the construction for phase 1 occurs, and then we circle back to construction documents on phase 2 there in brown. And then in green, the phase 2 construction occurs. So where the BAR will be most involved is through schematic design when the 2 phases are developed together. So we'll be looking at landscape design, a site plan, and new construction, renovation on the historic buildings all together basically at the same time. And then the project will divide. And when we go into construction documents, I imagine for phase 1, towards the end of that process, we may need to come back before the BAR again if there are any changes that need to be considered from what was reviewed in the schematic design presentations. Next slide, please. So you'll see there in the second line of blue, BAR review, we're really going through sort of the middle of 2021. And then by 3rd quarter, pretty much this time in 1 year, we'll have design development complete. So between now and then, I anticipate a couple of BAR presentations. I sat in on the last 20 minutes of your 4 o'clock session. So this is sort of a case where you have multiple phases. Sure, Robert and Jeff will help us figure out how to make those applications, but we'll have a few applications for certificate of appropriateness along the way. So moving forward, please. The first that we'll be asking for is a certificate of demolition for the 1980s additions to the levee building. So the 1851 levee building, the Greek revival structure there with the Doric order and heavy entablature will be left as it is, aside from renovations and refitting. That houses the county commonwealth's attorney. In the sort of very background there is the annex to the levee building circa 1980s, and then the structure in between, which is connected to the black chain link Sallyport, is what we're calling the hyphen, dating to the same period. We will be coming back later and proposing that those two buildings be demolished. Most of the paving that we see here will be reincorporated either into new building footprint or urban entrance park to the new entrance of the district court. We're not really talking about schematic design tonight yet. We're not at that stage yet. We're still finishing the program, which is the space needs analysis, if you want to think about it like that. That'll be done in a month or two. So we're really only thinking about the demolition permit at this time. The reason for coming back to ask for that later is that there is no historical significance to these buildings. They're not unique or notable in any fashion. They're not associated with any historic events that would give the buildings importance. They're not associated with any historic or important people or personages in the past that would give them any significance. While they are contributing structures to the historic district simply because they are within the boundary of the ADC, they really on their own do not have merit to justify needing to not demolish them. I'd certainly love to hear your thoughts on that at the end of this. If you have any concerns or specific points you would wish me to address when we come back to make that application. And then the next few slides will just go around clockwise. So here we are on the northwest corner on High Street. Park Street is there to the right. And then you can see here we're on the northeast corner, the hyphen and the annex again. Pretty typical 1980s construction. We intend to leave the sidewalks the way they are, and then that curb would essentially remain the same. So the extent of demolition would not go all the way out to that curb. One thing I forgot to mention, actually, can we go back all the way to the beginning? I wanted to clarify two buildings that are not part of the project scope. On the very eastern end of the site here, to the right of the levee building, yes, exactly, is 614 East High, also known as the Jessup Building. I believe it currently houses sheriff offices, but again, it's been a swing space. That is not part of this project. It's not in our project scope. It's a very lovely building, and we are not proposing to demolish it. There may have been mention of that in the staff report. That's not part of this project. And then the Redlands Club in the southwest corner is also privately owned on a different parcel and will not be affected by this project, correct? So if we could go back to the photograph. Sorry, I missed that. I should have mentioned it earlier. Next, please.
Yeah, sorry about that 614. Honestly, I would have sworn in a court of law that 614 was discussed. So, my age is showing.
It may be a part of a different project. I think it's due for renovations in a separate project, interior renovations. I believe ultimately the city Commonwealth's attorney may be housed there.
Good.
But it's
that's good because that was it was
Yeah.
creating a stir. So I'm so glad that you removed it.
Oh yes, not a part of the scope. And we can keep moving around. It's just to sort of give you an overall view. And there's the Sallyport. And then here you can see the junction between that Doric column, Tuscan column in the levee building with the 1980s annex. That would be the point where the removals would stop. So the existing or original sort of mass of the levee building would not be affected by the removals. I think that's our last slide. So again, really the point of tonight was to just introduce this project, let you know we'll be coming back several times, and we'll probably be back next month with the application for the demolition. Be happy to give the floor back to you all and hear what you have to say.
Any concerns or questions, anyone?
Just one from me looking ahead, and as we review projects in the future and the exterior of the levee building and even the courthouse across the street and the landscape, has a historic structure report been started on the levee building or the courthouse or the landscape to research and determine what historic features are still extant, and then what changes have been made, and if those changes themselves are historic, and what needs to be preserved in the future and what does not need to be preserved?
Sure, those are really great questions. Thank you. And that's definitely our role on this project. We have access to all of the previous studies that are on file in Richmond at the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. So a lot of that documentation has already been done. Quite thankfully, other than removal of the 1980s annex and hyphen, there really isn't any other removals to be proposed. So all of the exterior features that you're referencing are essentially will remain extant. There are, in our field measurements and analysis of existing conditions, there are multiple phases of additions, particularly to the 1803 historic courthouse. There were additions in 1865, in the 1880s, and then the 1930s, and then 1983 with the final connection, that archway connector with the accessibility ramp there at the hyphen. All of those features are proposed to remain as they are for the most part. If we get into needing to construct a new accessible ramp somewhere that might affect other exterior features, we'll dig into it some more. But essentially the intent for the moment, I'll speak to the west site. Essentially, a visitor would walk by and it will look essentially the same, other than some very minor exterior additions specifically related to accessibility. As we get into a closer look at the physical plant and the mechanical HVAC systems that will be required, the northeast sort of mechanical yard, which currently exists, which dates to early 20th century, which was modified in 1983 with the addition of the Sallyport, that we may need to look at that. But again, we don't intend to change it. If we have to, for some reason, to accommodate new mechanical systems, we'll revisit it then. That'll be part of schematic design. Same thing basically for the levee building, that the exterior features that you see, other than what is clearly modern that we're proposing to demolish, would remain intact, aside from renovation and restoration.
Yeah, well, even that, you'll no doubt want to be doing things to the windows, to the window frames, to doors, door frames, trim, roofing. It's good to have the background to know how old these features are when they were replaced, if they're still historic.
Yes, of course it is. Again, so taking windows, for example, interventions will be really just repair and maintenance. We'll be dealing with those with interior storm windows. So we're going to retain historic single glazed window sashes. Currently, everything is completely painted shut and inoperable. So we intend to do repair in place, in situ, as much as we can. In the event that there's any deterioration beyond repair, window will have to be removed and reconstructed. That would be something that could come before the BAR, but those windows will be rebuilt to match the condition that they are currently in. So, and again, so with slate roofing, for example, that's an area that we've looked at very closely. The roof on the 1938 District Court building is in better shape, the slate roof portion of it, for example, than the circuit court. I'd estimate that there's probably a 5 to 10% that needs to be replaced. But again, it's primarily maintenance and repair. The hips and ridges are open and not correctly flashed, so we'll likely be removing the top layer and putting in flashing and then replacing. The membrane roof on the flat, low slope, I should say, area of the 1938 building is beyond its useful life. It's a single membrane. It'll be replaced with another membrane. So you're absolutely correct, but a full historic structures report will not be done aside from the documentation that goes into our construction documents. We've already discussed this with the Department of Historic Resources in Richmond. As a courtesy, they do not have jurisdiction over this project. The buildings and property are fully owned by localities, being the County of Albemarle and City of Charlottesville. There is no state-owned property or federal-owned property, no state funding and no federal funding. Because of those criteria, DHR they have no domain, they have no purview. However, we will maintain a dialogue with them, again, because we're historic preservation architects, so we believe that that's an important dialogue to have. And I think the county is interested and will offer design drawings for, I don't know if a courtesy review is but a non-binding review by DHR. So we definitely intend to maintain our dialogue with them.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
And this board has no jurisdiction over what happens inside these buildings. I would just point out that this is a rare opportunity because you're going to be making all kinds of significant changes to the interior, especially the live building.
Yes.
This is a rare opportunity to create a historic record of what you find and what original materials were there and get that documented. So
yes, you're absolutely correct. And I guess what I'm trying to distinguish, and we are doing that, the Fentress team and our DGP team have had multiple site visits to date, both exterior and interior, documenting conditions, taking photographs, dimensions, documenting materials and what we think are the various eras of construction and alterations that have been made. I guess what I am trying to clarify is that generating an historic structures report per se is a very specific process that meets requirements according to the Secretary of the Interior standards, of the National Park Service. So I just meant to say that we're not going to do that specific process, but everything you're asking for will be documented as part of the project. It's just not compiled in that kind of a report.
As long as it's there for the future, wonderful.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
I agree with Jody, and I just want to maybe add another comment to that. When you are planning to remove the 1980s edition from the levee building, do we know, can we see any of the original southeast elevation of the levee building from the inside? Like, I'm assuming it was a brick exterior. There were probably originally windows. Do we know if any of that is there? And if when the demolition takes place, will your team be like photographing what you see in that?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, the way that, since there was so much conversation about hyphens in the last project, here we are again talking about hyphens. Both of the exterior corners where the hyphen joins the historic levee are revealed, as opposed to any part of the hyphen being coplanar with the historic facade, meaning one side of that corner has been concealed. Not the case. So the roof is fully in the clear and not connected to the hyphen, and the wall corners are revealed. So we have a really good sense of exactly what those conditions are as they turn the corner. Exactly what the window fenestration was like, don't know yet. To my knowledge, there are not drawings that document that. If we go back farther, we may be able to find some. The archives at Monticello do have some information as well, so we'll be looking there. Alderman Library at UVA also has some documentation. I mentioned DHR earlier, so we'll definitely scour all of the sources. It's worth noting that the new construction will likely join the levee building in a very similar fashion as the hyphen that's there now. So most of that wall will likely, again, I don't know design yet, but just saying, will likely become another interior wall condition with the new construction.
This may not be something you're aware of or not, but was there any archaeological work done when those additions went up? I'm just wondering what was behind those buildings originally or next to it.
Sure. So county and city records, I would say, are the best spotty. We've had no great success in coming up with construction documents that were done for the 1980s construction, other than to say they were stored in the basement where it's very damp, and they were blue line ammonia prints exposed to moisture over a couple decades. So they're completely illegible. And those are the only copies of drawings that anybody at the city or county can seem to find. And to my knowledge, no archaeology was done then. I don't think that was of great interest in the 80s, quite frankly. So I'm not optimistic that that will be found. We have put that question to county representatives if they wish to do that during demolition or at some point in the process. So that is being considered. And there are county representatives listening tonight, so I'm sure they've heard this topic now being mentioned.
Right, I was also wondering, I mean, there's a full basement under both those buildings, right?
That's right, yes.
So the odds that there's anything left is pretty slim. Unless it's off to the parking lot side or something like that. But I mean, if they dug 10 feet or whatever they had to do to get the footings and the utilities, and they probably nuked any possibility in there. But I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a great question. I'll make sure the county's aware of that, and we'll revisit the issue.
I think it's also important to consider. Hi, Eric. Again. Sorry.
Yes. Hi, James. How are you?
All right. As Tim kind of just noted, that there's potentially archaeological evidence under the parking lots, and so as y'all design the new buildings, potentially an expanded footprint might be on top of undisturbed resources. So I would encourage a minimum archaeological monitoring.
Yes, definitely. Anytime we open up conditions on the site, or the walls, for example, as Sonia was asking for too, we'll document all conditions and make the county aware of archaeological opportunities as they see fit.
I wanted to bring up a timeline or a process question, and it was brought up on another project within the last year or so, where there was a demolition that was requested. And as you noted, this is a long project, 5 years. Mm-hmm. Things happen and plans change, and we were concerned about approving a demolition of such a major structure without knowing what might go in its place, and specifically in that case, worried that it could end up, what would keep it from becoming a parking lot. In that case, I think we came to an elegant solution that we approved the demolition, but made it contingent on approval of a structure that was met BAR approval COA in its stead. But I don't know what the answer is here. It's a different project, a different process. But should anything radically change along this long timeline, want to make sure that we're protected against something happening very different with the site.
Sure. So I thank you. I'd have two responses to that. The first would be we're intentionally bringing the application for demolition forward first, since there will be several steps involved in the process. We want to sort of start checking off some boxes. Should the demolition be approved, it's still being discussed when that demolition would actually occur. It may be done in early days while we're still in schematic design, which would be useful because it could possibly reveal conditions like Sonia was discussing that we would want to know about while we're designing. The challenge with that is it exposes an exterior wall of an historic building to the weather, right? So there's a whole host of then issues of protection and security, quite frankly, that then have to be dealt with over another year while design is going on, and then when we finally get to construction. So that's one option. The other is to then put that off until a little bit later, and we haven't made that decision yet. The county is still discussing that with the AE team as to what would be the best path forward for project success. The second point I would mention is I would request the BAR administrator's assistance with this answer, but I believe the guidelines for demolition applications are very clear, and that the demolition be considered upon the basis of the architectural merit of the structure in question. And the bullet points that I mentioned earlier, significance, uniqueness of the building, association with a significant historical event, historical personage, those are the merits upon which a demolition should be considered. And I believe the requirements specifically say not to consider new design. So that would be my answer to that. I understand the interest in that is very reasonable. I would want to do the same thing, but I don't think that's the BAR's mandate.
The line that's it is in our guidelines that we often run into with this kind of demolition is the verbiage, and I don't have it directly in front of me, but is the public necessity of such a demolition. And that's where there is, it seems, some consideration for what the demolition will enable in our city. And if that was to be demoed for a parking lot, for instance, that might be a different conversation than a demo for an expansion of the courts project.
So I might want to defer this question a little bit to county representatives. I think tonight we could say it's very safe to say, because of the political and economic exigency of this project and 12 to 15 years of feasibility studies, that the decision has been made that the county courts complex will be on Court Square. It's not going out to a greenfield site off Route 250, and the land value cannot be a parking lot. The courts building needs to go there. So the question will be, is it a good design? Not, is there a building, right? So it's very safe to say that it's unforeseeable that something would happen to the project before construction would start, that a demolition will have occurred and a new building isn't going there. I don't know if that helps to answer the question, because we all want to know what it looks like. I want to know what it looks like too. We're just not there yet.
Eric, you're right. This is not part of our purview, and I think that last project had there's an SUP associated with it and some other circumstances that I think made it a little bit different. But yeah, I don't think we can legally do that. You're correct.
And thank you. And then just to talk about the process a little bit more, I think there won't be any big surprises where we come forward with a design which is nearly complete and ask for a blessing. Some of the issues that you were discussing in the 4 o'clock hour of, a preliminary second discussion, or, there will be at least one discussion or presentation of a very early design concept. The team is calling it blocking and stacking. You might think about it as a massing study. I'm specifically talking about the phase 1 new construction at this point. So we'll definitely be coming forward with a presentation and a discussion, which is not an action item, to share where the team, including the county and the city, see the design going at a point where we can discuss things like how hyphens join to historic buildings before it's designed and nearly ready for construction documents. So, we really hope this is an engaging process, and we want the BAR to be a stakeholder and involved with what goes up. And we're really everybody is wanting this to be the best design for our community that we can possibly do.
Great, us too.
Any other questions or thoughts from anyone?
I see a hand raised from, I think it's Steve, right? So I'm going to allow him to talk. So Steve, you should be online now. Yeah, you're unmuted now.
Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't go through the evening without at least introducing myself, and I'm sorry I'm not on the screen. But it's a pleasure to be part of this project and to have the opportunity to work with the BAR over these next several years. And Eric, thank you. That was very well articulated. And just had to say something. And I'm sorry I'm kind of a ghost here in this meeting now. But look forward to meeting you all, hopefully in person one day, but certainly on the screen in the coming months.
Thank you.
Well, I think, thank you for the presentation. I think, yeah, I guess we look forward to seeing your applications.
Great. Okay, we'll talk to you in a future meeting. Good night.
Good night.
Jeff,
Yeah, man.
Next on our agenda is Belmont Bridge with Jeanette. Did you have a chance to speak with her at all?
You know what? Oops. I didn't even search. That one I failed.
Well, I guess we can still talk about it, and then if there are any comments that we need to take back to her, we can communicate that to her.
Hang on a second.
Where have you been, Jeff? Chasing birds?
What's that?
Where have you been? Chasing birds?
Nah, I spilled my water. It's just been like you guys don't want to know. My last 24 hours have just been miserable. No, I darn it. We had gone back and forth with a memo. Did we link that to the thing?
There's a big long memo in our
Okay.
packet.
Thank you. Yeah, if you had any questions or anything you wanted me to take back to her, I'm sorry, I just suddenly had this sinking feeling that I didn't circulate that.
You did, and you basically, I think it's just her responses to all of our comments last time, giving us the information that we asked for, or if there were any areas that she couldn't do exactly as we asked, why. So it's, I think does anybody, I think this is good to go, and it's just for our FYI.
Exactly.
So unless somebody caught something that they really want to speak about, are we good to just move on and let it go to construction?
The only question I had was, she mentioned a very tight turnaround, kind of like about the mock-up panels, and if there's just any kind of heads up, are they thinking that's something that comes in November or April or next October? Or it would be nice to be given the very fast turnaround and almost non-review that they want from BAR. It would be nice to kind of have an ear out for when that might happen.
Makes sense. You got that, Jeff?
I do, yes.
Bobbing my head.
Your camera.
What does that mean?
All right. Well, if that's the end of that, I guess now we're on to your questions for us, Jeff.
I don't really have any.
That's fine.
You know, I guess I can.
Jody wants to go.
I can
home.
ask Jody. I mean,
See ya.
now, how did it go the other night on that Emmett Street discussion? Jody, I was just real quick curious.
Emmett Street discussion.
I don't know.
Discussion is that?
You were at the planning commission. I got an email like at 6 o'clock, you know, saying, oh, you haven't commented on the Emmett Street streetscape. What's going on? I'm like, so I don't know. I didn't know if something strange happened last Tuesday night. All right. That's okay. That's okay.
No, I was either asleep or it wasn't much of anything.
I like hearing that. The two things, and then we've got, Tim wanted to talk about lights a little bit. And then I had kind of taking on what Sherry had said earlier, just because I'm visual, make sure we just bounce back to a quick kind of table I made and see if we can build on that. So, and I know it's late, but I knew there was a discussion about place and there was a discussion about lighting that we wanted to get to.
And are we going to speak also to Andy's downtown mall?
The tents.
Yes.
I mean, that's entirely up to you all. If you've got it sounds like what you've expressed is that you'd like to allow sides. And I can let the zoning administrator know that. And we can, kind of pursue it same way we did things the last time.
It's not, can I just real quick, it's not just the sides. There's a few other just small things that the city, I've talked to a lot of people over at the city and they're looking to us for guidance because they don't want to defy any of our recommendations.
Well, let me ask you, who did you talk to? Because I mean, and I'm not trying to be pushed back on, I'll just, be honest. It was middle of the summer. It was all kinds of accusations about my inaction and city staff's inactions. And we said, all right, you can do the tents, and then nothing happened. So, we have a way to do things, and that
who was accusing you? Who was saying this?
It doesn't matter. It just it was some,
There are tents out. I mean, there are tents in the mall.
Yeah, but it's not like they've just, proliferated. So, we were very flexible. We used the rules that are available to us. So my point with you all is in order to change things, we can make recommendations, and that loophole that allows the zoning administrator to apply regional conditions. But to formally change what the BAR has in its design guidelines, that it has a process that has to be approved by council, et cetera, et cetera. So it's much easier for me to communicate the recommendations to Reed Broadhead, and
we don't want to change our guidelines. We just want to make recommendations for a temporary
correct
change of procedure for Reed.
Correct. And
I think will be on our side. I mean, Reed will be on our side, and Craig will be on our side, and we got a lot of people on our side. What I'm saying is, their fallback position when they come out with this tent relief program is going to be who allows what, and I want us to collectively agree that we can allow more than we're currently allowing. And so whether that's a recommendation or whatever, I don't think that matters. What I think it matters is that it's on paper, that we have said, over the next 4 months, or the next 5 months, or whatever we decide, that we can be more lenient than we would normally be. And then once that's over, we can go back to being as less lenient as we want to be, I guess.
Right. And my point is that the leniency is not yours to sort of determine or not.
Wasn't that what the recommendation says? Like we can recommend whatever we like, right?
I mean, we can recommend whatever we like, but if we want to sort of apply a legal standard here, our recommendations, that's all they can be. Now we can make them strenuously, we can make them formally, but it is It is the BAR is not dictating that it will or will not happen. We don't have that authority. And so I know that the sides, you know, and believe me, we've all been kind of, what do we need to do? How do we make this work? You know, and I even, you know, normally when someone comes in with a tent, there's an application. It's like, you know, let's just let them do it. And here are the rules. So
Yeah,
we've been.
I think what we're just trying to do is make sure that when somebody has a good idea of what they can do to help their business, they go to the zoning administrator or go to staff, whoever they go to, and staff doesn't say, well, the BAR would never allow it.
Well, and first off, nobody, I've not had any, and I talk with these guys every day. I've had nobody, not Reed, not Craig, not, you know, the guys in economic development say, oh my gosh, Jeff, we've got a problem. So I know, I understand the urgency, and I think we've been really helpful, but I was just trying to get at, let's not, you know, the idea of some formality or that the BAR could make a determination. We don't have that ability to do all that.
Jeff,
So let's just make a recommendation.
Yeah, you're stuck on this point, and I don't want you to be. Like, I want us, I guess what I'm saying is I want us to try to get out of the way if we can. And so what you did during the summer, what we all did during the summer, those recommendations were great, but people weren't going to get tents during the summer. They're very expensive. They cost thousands of dollars a month, and they didn't need them as much as they're going to need them now. And that's almost beside the point, because what we're really talking about is a big program here where we're trying to tent every single patio, and they're going to have sides. And I'm worried that they're going to run out of clear panels. I'm worried about a number of things. I'm worried that they're not going to fit exactly into the patios. So obviously the fire marshal is not going to let us go into fire lanes, but if we're 4 inches outside of a patio right now, I don't want Reed to say, well, the BAR won't allow that. That's what I'm saying. And so you're right that it's not going to be official, but having a recommendation on paper, something that we can, that the business owners can have in their hand, I think would be nice.
Yeah, and so what we have is my understanding, there are certain constraints, like you said, with the fire marshal, the fire lane, you know, that's not our call. Right. You know, one of the big questions has been, how are these things getting anchored? You're not putting holes in them all. And I know we've talked about, you know, power cords, because we talked about lighting. You know, there might be a reason. One of the ideas with the clear roof was that it would mitigate the need to request lighting. Obviously, here we are, and we're still talking about, you know, we're all in uncharted territory here, and so and I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to be difficult to you all. It's sort of like I said, we've done an awful lot, and we know that we need to be flexible. And I will say, I'll talk to Craig and Reed, say, how, you know, what's the situation with size? Can we accommodate them? But we also have the BAR, or not the BAR, the ABC designated space. So there are some other things that come into play here that,
yeah, but
these
Jeff,
things
I've got ABC on our side. I've got the fire marshal on our side. I've got everybody on our side. I'm just trying to get us on our side.
Yeah, Jeff, I think it could be a lot easier. I think we've got the structure. All we need to say is have a statement of support or recommendation and listen to Andy's items that he's going to read.
And I am saying, I've heard, I'm not arguing with you guys about these ideas. I'm open to them, but
we just want to make a statement that you guys can do whatever you want with it. If it doesn't change anything, it doesn't change anything, but at least we just want to make a statement that says, you know, we would like to see a little more leniency, and we would be okay with that.
And that would be relative to sides,
guidelines or whatever, but
right, allowing sides for these, you know, seasonally. I think that's reasonable. And I think, you know, we've expressed that we'd like lighting, and, you know, because that might make a lot of sense. We've obviously, things have changed. And then how are the extension cords extended? I think we can talk about all those things, and I'll express them. What I'm saying back to you all is that we're going to have to see what are the difficulties with stuff crossing them all or going over them all. And it simply may not be within our recommendations to cover.
It seems to me like some of these things really fall under like life safety stuff that we obviously have no jurisdiction over.
Correct.
And our real issue isn't even really aesthetics right now, which is primarily what we're about, is sex and timeline. I mean, our real issue is simply we just want to make sure that this doesn't somehow become a ratcheting mechanism for all of a sudden not being able to legislate tents after the emergency is over.
Well, I think we're,
Yeah, that's really the only issue. I mean, we don't want, I mean, right now it's clearly the only way the businesses are gonna stay open, right?
I think we're covered on that. So it's really, it's just making sure that, yes, every single staff member is going to have their own reasons for, the fire marshal has their reasons. Zoning will have their reasons. We can't have, cords crossing the mall because people will trip on them. So there
Right,
needs
I mean, that's life safety stuff.
with that.
Yeah.
But that's totally out of our hands.
Yes.
And we just want to say, we would be okay with more loosening up of regulations.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to communicate. I mean, and I was just trying to keep it from being, we handled it before with that sort of informality, the email, and fortunately, when we read through the ordinance and said, hey, Reed can come up with his own conditions. All right, we're making recommendations on those conditions. I'm going to do that. And there may be other things that pop up that people ask us, but I just was feeling a little bit like, well, if the BAR needs to determine this, or the BAR instructs staff, that it can't happen that way. And so let's, but I will find out where, I haven't heard anything from these guys, and Craig calls me constantly with questions. So it's like, okay, well, where is this happening? And I mean, we reacted pretty quickly when they Bijou wanted to put that stuff in the parking lot. In fact, we were ahead of that and saying, guys, what a great way to say we don't need parking spaces. Use these things. So
that's great. And we just don't want anyone to say, well, we'd be worried about what the BAR is going to think.
No, because and that's not, I just can tell you that's not going to happen. That's what people will assume, but it isn't happening. And we really are, there is a lot of, there's a little bit of chaos in City Hall right now, but there's still the people at the level of making these decisions. We're talking to one another because we want this, we're all in uncharted territory.
I mean, the tents are here for a life safety reason, for starters, right? So this is all basically boiling down to a health and life safety issue, which obviously we do not want to stand in the way of.
Can we ask Andy what the other elements are besides just sides?
Well, and I don't know, Jeff, exactly how you want to go about this, but what if I created a very brief list and sent it out to the group of the things that I think we could get out of the way of that do not limit, our aesthetic responsibilities necessarily going forward? They just kind of open up what we will allow over the next 5 months. I mean, do we have to say it now?
You just don't say it, what you would allow. It would be, here are our recommendations to zoning during this current public health crisis.
Honestly, it would be writing, I've read your email a number of times at this point. It would be writing your email again with just fewer things in it.
Yeah, I'm fine. And I have heard people say things like, oh, they want to put tents on like West Main on the sidewalk. I don't know. I can't, I can't imagine that happening. So I think, but I will say, if someone's talking to someone in City Hall that's not Craig or Reed about this, then they're not talking to the right people. And so call me and I'll find out who to talk to. But
I'm friends with both those guys. That's not the issue.
That's
not the issue at all. We're trying to check off. We're just trying to check off boxes here. I'm checking off ABC boxes. I'm checking off fire marshal boxes. I want to check off the BAR box.
Is it fair to say that all we care about is that everything is reversible and that no historic materials are damaged?
Well, that's the number one thing. But the city manager's not going to, or whoever signs off on it isn't going to allow these conditions. I mean, Reed doesn't have that much power either. So this is all going through that emergency provision and things like that. So we are, but yes, there's a great deal of fear that tents are not going to go away. And I go down on the mall and I see there's a tent near Paramount Theater that's strapped to trees. We don't want these things. I understand you want to stay in business, but don't tie your tent to a tree. And so it's not a carte blanche here.
That's why we need to stay engaged, I think, Jeff, because we need to say what is clearly allowable, demonstrate that we're flexible and trying to do everything
Correct.
we can, so that we can be clear about what is not allowable and what we should keep in mind and what we need to
But
adhere to.
and on that point, I just want to stress that maybe it's not carte blanche, but cities across the country are bending over backwards to try to make sure that their businesses are open after this winter. I mean, bending over backwards, and it
Yeah, we're
seems
seeing
like
streets closed. It's some really interesting stuff. And,
we truly, Jeff, aren't doing anything interesting, and it's getting
No,
really
we're not.
upsetting.
We're
It's
not.
getting really upsetting. So let's allow some interesting things.
Well, you're okay. You're preaching to the choir and saying, so I can recommend that we do some interesting things, but we can't just change the BAR design guidelines with a BAR vote. So
It's
the things.
It's an emergency power here. We're creating emergency powers.
Yeah. Well, I don't even.
Well, so we've made a recommendation that we
Yeah.
see a loosening of these regulations, and whoever is able to accommodate that in City Hall, they've heard our voice, and this is we don't want to stand in the way of that. Is what we're
Right. I understand that. I understand that expression, and I think it's there's some level of leadership that I think it has to come from outside, and people know that we can do it, but just what we can do on this end. And I think you send me that list of things that people would like to do with the tents. And
it's really EF, G, and N. If we can relax EF, G, and N, we got something.
What are those, Andy?
That's sides. That's transparency. That's
lights and
that's
power.
Lights being inside, precisely inside of the outlined patio space. I've already talked to a number of city staff about that, because there's a difference between being in the fire lane and being in towards your building where it's not a fire lane, and then the power part, which is I get that we don't want power cords running all over the mall, but there's got to be some kind of solution. There's got to be something. There are power outlets on some of the
on some of those things. There are. I've looked at a couple of them. I would not want to touch one. But I think that it's we can do it. We can, I think, express this flexibility. And I do think something's got to happen, because we're not going to have a vaccine this week, and the experts that I know in this field say get used to wearing a mask. You're going to have it on for the next 6 months, at least. So we do need to think ahead and how to fix things. But I can express that. I'm just trying to not get. I don't want people to think the BAR is able to sort of dictate things. That's all. Managing expectations here, and I'll talk. Yeah. I get smacked back in my box enough. It's like, so I'm preemptively getting smacked. How's that?
I'm expecting 30 plus applications in the next 2 weeks to put tents up. That's our running tally is 30 plus right now.
And I know they don't quite fit the BAR or the ABC spaces. There's a lot of complicating things here, and just getting into the weights to hold these things down. There's a lot that's got to happen. I just don't.
But we
don't
deal
know
with
anybody that's against it.
It's like what Tim said. We primarily deal with aesthetics. If we can take some of the aesthetics out of the equation, it will help a lot.
We can recommend that they do.
We can we can recommend, right.
All right. Sherry's laughing. I sound like a lawyer. My apologies. All right. I'm on top of that.
Thank you.
I'm not laughing at you.
No, I know.
I'm bewildered.
So I guess my only opinion on this is, I think I'm fully supportive as long as there's an end date, to the best of our knowledge, right?
Did you saw what I sent out, where there's the provisions and right? Yeah.
People aren't going to want these tents once the weather warms up.
They're too expensive. I know.
Way too expensive. Yeah, they're way too expensive.
That's okay. I just feel like if we offer our recommendation, perhaps our recommendation should still have some verbiage that says there needs to be an end game to this, because of the concern of constant tents forever, and I know it's easy to say, oh, they won't want it because of the cost, but we don't know that for sure. They might figure out
I'd like
Yeah.
to, I agree with you, James, and I'd like to propose March 31st as your angle there, Jeff.
Can we just keep the language as we had it? It had a kind of I think it was tied to the state
It
kind of
was, yeah,
Yeah.
it was actually.
emergency.
Kind of, I'd rather be vague and yes, like the length of the pandemic or whatever the state of emergency.
Actually, we've linked it to the city's determination because the city has been going on a path somewhat independent of the state. They lagged behind a couple weeks on some of these things. So we linked it to a reasonable date, given what the city's designation was for the
We're-
health emergency.
We're appointed by city council technically, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and that way, and so it is this will end at a period of, so I'm going to, I'm fine with what you all expressed. It's in the record and I'll express, I
actually have a motion. Anybody want to listen to it?
Nah.
I move the following. In recognition of the global pandemic's threat to the economic vitality of our historic downtown mall, the BAR unanimously expresses that outdoor tents and other supporting equipment or conditions, including sides of tents, locating that doesn't conform to current permits, access to electrical facilities, and other measures that support outdoor economic activity in the mall be permitted as long as the governor's state of emergency is in effect.
Sherry,
Sorry, rather long, but
hold on, before you say that, Jeff, because I do want to obviously support that, but can we not just say downtown mall?
oh yeah.
well,
I
you
think
can
that's
say
an-
within your,
ADC districts
Historic
Yeah.
city.
right.
Yeah,
and IPPs also. I don't know if there are any IPP, but basically anything that falls under the BAR's jurisdiction. But it's sort of like the equivalent for architects. Your primary responsibility for your contract often it closes with a certificate of occupancy. So I mean, if it's is the state of the emergency, really I guess that's the only thing we really have to go on, right?
The state of emergency as designated by city council.
Council.
I just randomly kind of thought that, I mean, we don't know when this is ending. Nobody does. So,
right.
I would second that recommendation.
Do you want me to email it to everyone? Is it too late? I can do it really.
we could vote.
let's get it
We
right.
could vote real quick. We could vote real quick because it sounded great, Sherry.
I would just
Yeah.
recommend changing
I
it
mean-
to the city council's public safety designation.
Do you
or
want me to
public
read
health.
it again?
Please.
I mean,
Yeah, but
rather
also
long.
emailing would be great.
Oh, okay. Let me just, oh, you mean right now or later on, Robert? Let me just do this.
Whichever, Sherry, it's fine.
Here, I'll send it to you guys.
I'd like to say, I think we should let Andy second this.
Hey, thank you.
I just wanted
Get a certificate.
On record, on
Yeah,
record.
get a certificate.
whatever gets
Okay,
this over
it's
with.
left my outbox.
All right, Sherry, read her off.
And now I have to open it again. Sorry. Okay, I move the following. In recognition of the global pandemic's threat to the economic vitality of our historic city, the BAR unanimously expresses that outdoor tents and any supporting equipment or conditions, including sides of tents, locating that doesn't conform to current permits, access to electrical facilities, and other measures to support outdoor economic activity in the city, as long as the governor's state of emergency is in effect. I think I don't have a verb somewhere in there, but
I think it wants
Yeah,
to
I
be the
think that's
city,
right.
not the.
I think that's right. Hey, I'm Benny. I just figured I'd put something on a page and open to any revisions.
I think, any
Yeah.
additions to that? Are we good?
It expresses support, and that's enough because it's gonna be, it'll fit into that document that you guys already have. It'll whatever, all the dates and things, but you all are expressing support for these things, and then I can and city manager, and we'll see what they say. So
Robert, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Mr. Lehendra.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Ms. Langle.
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz.
You are missing a verb in there somewhere, but I.
Yes, yeah, there.
I'll fix it and send it to Robert.
Thank you. Mr. Zemer.
Aye.
Mr. McClure.
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, so Robert, do you have that? I know I want to talk about.
I do.
Let's
And
talk about lighting.
Oh, okay.
Tim, can you take it from here a little bit on this lighting thing? Because I suspect we need to introduce it and then set up a time to have a, just like we did, a more thorough discussion. Maybe the next time we meet at 4 again.
Yeah. So I mean, mostly I wrote a memo, just trying to figure out some way to move this forward, and Mark Schuyler and I and a couple of folks from the astronomy department and all that have been talking about lighting, obviously, as you all know, for a while. But it's a legitimate. It isn't just a question of aesthetics. It's a question of safety. It's like what we were having to deal with tonight. Bank. We aren't really able to understand or codify the effects of that lighting scheme for the bank. It might make it really bright and very safe right at the bank on their property, but you step into the city property and all of a sudden you're in a black hole and you get mugged. I mean, it's having consistent lighting standards is a safety issue. I mean, the crosswalk situation, particularly around the downtown mall area, is horrendous. The solution on the McIntyre Parkway there, right, or not McIntyre Parkway, but the connector where the McDonald's is, I mean, basically there's virtually no street lighting in that immediate area, and people are crossing that street, typically kids, at night, and you have flashing lights that are 8 feet off the ground, and so those are blinding you while somebody's walking across the street. You can't see them, and so that's probably the most egregious example. But we also just have our lighting standards are literally all over the map. The way things are relamped, I mean, you got a blue light here, a yellow light here, a red light. I mean, just the street lighting is really erratic and really not very well maintained either. Besides the fact that in general, a lot of our fixtures are basically something that was cutting edge in 1962. Anyhow, so having said that, I wrote a memo to the Planning Commission with the idea that we would galvanize the Planning Commission to engage in discussion and the opening of pursuing lighting zoning in conjunction with the comprehensive plan and zoning in general, that it should be very much a part of that. And then there are all sorts of ramifications from an environmental standpoint as well, obviously dark sky and all that. I mean, I think in general, people get the dark sky concept, but that still doesn't deal with glare and issues we have to deal with at a pedestrian and bike level. And it's also problematic for driving a car, because if you go from dark to light really quickly, it's very hard to see somebody. I'm not particularly keen on the idea of running over a pedestrian myself, or a dog, or anybody for that matter. So I think it's something we have to address. And then, light, having, lights shining into your second floor bedroom, which is common. And, the real egregious example of that was when, around Park Street, remember that, what was that place called? Keith Woodard rebuilt it. Carl, you know what I'm talking about?
Back there. I don't remember, but I know it's the parking lot back there behind.
Yeah, that parking lot, looks like an aircraft carrier, and they put all these light poles so that all the neighbors in the area are just, you've got to keep their shades shut all night long.
It's Parkway.
What's that?
It's Parkway.
Yeah, that's right. And there's just no reason for it. It can be, there is an intelligent way to do this, and it's all been really exacerbated by its explosion in LED technology, where the ability to pack an enormous amount of lumens with very little wattage has just gone exponential, and so we're way overlaid. I mean, what is the First Baptist Church looks like it's going to take off, when they turn on all these wall packs.
You want us to vote to support you sending this memo from the BAR to the Planning Commission.
Yeah,
correct?
so I want you all to be sure to read it, give us some edits if you want, but let's get that out the door.
My only edit is, again, you called it the planning board.
Right, I was wrong. I changed it to Planning Commission in the PDF I circulated.
You did in the who it's addressed to, but in your paragraph, you still call it the planning board.
Yeah, really? I thought I fixed it. Oh, well. Well, I'll fix it. But any other edits before I bother changing to Planning Commission would be welcome.
We must bore you, Tim.
Yes.
Correct.
Tim, I think it was great, and I think it's long overdue. And I think the only other thing that I would add to it is that there's a lot of baked into a lot of that bad lighting in our city and other cities is this crime prevention through environmental design. I think more contemporary thinking about that is uncovering a lot of implicit racism in those standards. And I think that takes very much in place in our city as well. And I think that that's something that could I think be another angle to bring even more people into this conversation.
I mean, it's very much applied in a, you can tell where things are well lit and aren't, and lighting is definitely a sign of this isn't a safe place to go because it's dark or the streets are, it's spooky, that kind of thing. I mean, you go all the way back to England when they introduced gas lighting, I think it was in the early 1800s or whatever, and it actually changed their whole street crime paradigm. And there's some really interesting articles about lighting from way back when. But the other thing I would ask everybody to take a look at, there is we circulated 2 articles about Edinburgh, Scotland. One having to do with the lighting standards, which is really what I think we would like to emulate. But then also is a very interesting dissertation on the evolution of lighting in Scotland and Edinburgh, to be precise. And I don't know, it's pretty fascinating. So scratch some edits, and then we'll get Jeff to put it on some formal kind of letterhead, or maybe actually Robert.
Right, and the whole point being, and Sherry, you were on Planning Commission. That the BAR can do only so much. Staff can only do very little, and so really and Jody, you're currently on the Planning Commission. Sorry, to an initiative to do something. That's what planning commissions are actually. They've got a tremendous amount of power in local government. They can initiate comp plan changes, things like that. So I think the way to do this is it's the same thing I told Place Committee. If you've got good ideas, then get City Council, the Planning Commission to initiate these, and then staff can respond to them. So I mean, it isn't a certainty that's going to happen, but the same lighting configuration we have with 1619 University Avenue is a duplicate on a project in Barracks Road and one on over by Burley Moran that I approved administratively, but I held their feet to the fire. So in the discussions, though, we did have with the new Chick-fil-A going in at Barracks Road Shopping Center, we also had lighting, and I've stressed to the Planning Commission, we've got to have this evaluation. So I've been trying to be, a good apostle of Tim Moore and spread this about. But so really, and what we need is a request from the Planning Commission, and a well-worded one that says, here's what we'd like the city to do, we'd like the Planning Commission to do, and why. And I think it might need a little more fleshing out than the memo is written, but that's just my suggestion.
So a reminder, Planning Commission is an advisor to City Council also, just like the BAR. And is this going to the comp plan consultant as a recommendation to go into the comp plan? I would recommend that. Because we're redoing the comp plan, and this could fit into one of the chapters. Okay.
There's two pieces. One is we have a code that was written. We were all little, and doesn't address LED technology. So there's somewhat of there's an urgency to addressing it from a code issue. And then as far as an integrated, a comprehensive lighting plan for the city, so that we have consistency throughout the city. Yeah, I guess through the comp plan, through something.
And it is to as many places as possible.
Yeah.
And planning commission. So, but with recommendation for what to do with it.
And that's where I think Tim and I were talking yesterday, Tim, with Mark, and just some of the words. I don't even know what these words mean. And so we need almost some help expressing what it is we would like to, the BAR would like to see done. So,
I mean, it sounds like there needs to be a study done first on the existing conditions all over the city.
Mm-hmm.
To determine, to then figure out what the next step is. And I know obviously that'll take a while.
I don't think you do. I think you start instead. I don't think you so much do a study, because I can basically tell you that 90% of it's crap. So I think it'd be more a question of actually identifying best practices, which do exist, Edinburgh being a perfectly good example. Mark is actually quite knowledgeable in this regard, for instance, and I'm sure there are other lighting designers as well who do. But I mean, one of the problems is that lighting is dominated by lighting reps and not lighting designers. So the city was, the last time an effort was made to address this after, what was her name? Hannah Graham, is that her name? The co-ed that was murdered.
Yes.
There was this flurry of, oh, we got to fix our lighting, which seemed like a complete red herring to me. I mean, we actually had cameras that caught her going all the way down to the downtown mall. The lighting actually had nothing to do with it. But there was this sort of mad dash to have a thing about lighting. And, their advisor was a retired lighting rep. And, it was just naively done, and not with any, it was doing a study without knowing what they were studying or looking for. I mean, it really needs to be using current best practices and really getting somebody in here that can advise us and, start putting something together. The Edinburgh standard being I think a really good example to hang our hat on.
So may I recommend that, the Planning Commission is going back to having work sessions the fourth Tuesday in the month, every month. I would advise you to get on the agenda for one of those work sessions and simply make a presentation about the lighting and the importance of it and what you're urging.
Yep. I'd be happy to do that.
And I think it's safe to say you've got the backing of the BAR on this. Is that correct from everyone?
Yes. So, do it as a representative of the BAR.
Yep. And also, since we're using the place time slot, I think the place, unless I'm totally mistaken, is in a death spiral. I don't know if it's gonna pull out. It just doesn't seem to be getting. It just seems that its efficacy or it doesn't have an ear anymore. I don't think really with the council. So this is sort of more a breakaway thing, and I think it's an appropriate thing for the for the BAR and the Planning Commission to go after.
All right. Well, Tim and I will work on fleshing this out and I'll talk with find out what's going on with the Planning Commission meetings and how we can get into that. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you all is, Robert, can you put that image up that I sent you? Just so
let me find it.
It's just sort of building on what Sherry was saying, but rendering it visible, as you architects would say. And just to help me sort of do the next step.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I don't know what image you're talking about. Is it in my email inbox?
Yeah, that's like my life in general. It's that spreadsheet I sent. I can send it as an image if that would help.
I request.
I
that-
haven't received it yet. I'm sorry.
Can I request that we defer this discussion until the next meeting? We had kind of made a plan that we would spend some of the preliminary pre-meeting time developing this new procedure and maybe going over this document that summarizes it. And we did it for a long time tonight. We've had a long meeting, and I would just ask that, you know, whatever Jeff has, I would love to see it, but I think at least I'm burned out, guys. I'm sorry. Anybody else with me?
I see what you mean now, Jeff. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Knock my computer
But I
over.
mean, our plan was to try to do it in the fourth quarter this year and then finalize a document to start January 1st. And I think we're on track to do that.
And you're right. It was really, you used those three terms and I went, okay, was I hearing them in the right order? I'll send it all out to you. You'll see it just so, and then you can reply like, no, hey, but just make sure I'm stacked things the correct way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause all right, I got nothing.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Thank you,
All in
guys.
favor, leave the meeting.
Leaving.
Bye, y'all.
Hey, nice to see you all.
Thanks, y'all.